that's fine. I guess I'll give inspiration to whoever can sort of do a quick recap for Ivan, who was not here last.
I saw the video, the YouTube video, so I think
I'll give inspiration to whoever wants to do a recap for a recap sake. Yeah.
Like, shut up, I want the inspiration. I was just waiting first to see if Martin was going to go for it.
Oh, no, you go for it.
So, we visited, so we talked to, the Yadrix of the leaders of Yadrix to see if we could get some, like, advice for how to go to the Emperor Temple, like what we should prepare for, and he made us an offer where he would promise us an escort to the Emperor Temple if we did something for him. And what he wanted us to do was, he wanted us to, kill this adult white dragon that is, the partner of the ancient dragon, who has, been, she's been causing harm to the city by, like, starving them out because she's sort of like decimating their resources and stuff like that. And the Jarl's daughter was actually going to slay the dragon, and he wants us to go and help her to kill it.
Yep, that's really the big thing that we're kind of heading out to do. I think the other important thing that we've done is Zavik had met with the Elder Seer, and we learned that as a party we skipped the start of the quest and just completed the quest on our own. What with the cleansing of the shrines. I think that's going to be important bit.
Okay. With all that being said,
It was kind of important. We did also meet the person in the Elder Seer's Grove who was responsible for like brewing their beer, sort of growing this this area of nature that we see here, full of like trees and grass and things that we kind of just haven't really seen ever since appearing in Barovia. And we learned that all of this came from the tree, the Yadrix Sentinel, which is sort of like, which is a part of which is like the last remnants of these ancient gods that used to watch over the lands, called the Three Ladies, and it was something that you guys already did, where this land used to be inhabited by people who worship like these nature goddesses.
Right. Go ahead and take the inspiration. Remember, you can use it for yourself or your other party members as appropriate for this session or sessions going forward. Sort of picking up from there, as you continue your trek through this village of Yadrog, this communal settlement, set within its like crater of the hollow mountainous peaks of Mount Galkus. Is there anything you guys wish to do? Especially you, Ivan, since you didn't really take the opportunity yet to sort of walk around and discover things. Is there anything you wish to
do? Like, we're going to the Ember Temple. I would like to see if there is someone that could, like, steal, like, dangerous weapons or artifacts. If I imagine, like, a temple will be. If there is nothing like that...
I didn't hear the keyword in the sentence. The keyword being somebody who can do what to weapons or artifacts?
Seal, like hide, putting a lock, really.
Seal them where?
I don't know. Out of reach of demons, Strahd, something like that. Like if we're gonna get things out, maybe we come out with more than what we want.
Typically, the interaction between the people of Yidrak and the Amber Temple goes one of two ways. If you are Giantkin, or a humanoid race watched over by the chieftain and following her dogma, some people do venture to the Amber Temple to seek such artifacts and keep them for themselves. Be they physical or something that's tied to their soul. If you are a giant, a pure-blooded one, as like the Frost Giants, they do have a sort of traditional coming-of-age ceremony that they practice every so many years, where they send one of their own to be exposed to the temptations of the temple, resist them, and come back stronger for it. So it's sort of a hierarchy of ways of treating the Temple of Whispers. Nobody really has a reserve of artifacts from the Ember Temple here.
Okay.
And treasures are sort of kept on the person as they are earned. That is sort of the way of the people of Yidrak.
Oh, it's good then. Like, then I don't think I'll check anything in Yidrak at the moment. Like, what the party did was pretty good for me. The only thing I will buy, like, some sacks and bags. That's it. Nothing fancy.
Containers are easy enough to find within Whalebelly's shop. These hide sacks hold like 1 cubic foot or like 30 pounds of gear each by the size of them. And they will go for pretty cheap if you can gift something to Whalebelly's. Something that you're willing to part with. He's willing to trade 1 for 1.
Sure. Let me check my inventory really fast. Some bullets, I'll say.
Fair enough. The metal can be reused for spell components and resmelting into weapons or whatnot. A use will be found for them. You trade the bullets for... how many sacks are you looking? Just 1 for 30 pounds of gear?
3 sacks.
Can be done. 3 sacks, each of them holding 30 pounds of gear. Go ahead and add it to your inventory. Is there anything else that you wish to purchase or discover around the village as Rhaeda, the Jarl's youngest daughter, prepares her mount, her mammoth, her weapons, her gear, her armor, her ice flex to sort of hunt this dragon, and awaits you by the north gate to begin the trek? Is there anything you wish to do last minute?
No.
We mentioned at the end of last session, we kind of forgot to talk about this in general chat, whether or not we wanted to use a mammoth to travel there, or if we wanted to just walk ourselves, and with the advantage and disadvantages being like a mammoth. The advantage is that we have a fucking mammoth, but the disadvantages would be our stealth check would be absolutely abysmal if we wanted to try and stealth forward and not just attract the attention of everything within like a quarter mile of us.
Yeah, I think wasn't there also going to be a problem with getting the mammoth to actually get all the way up, or was that a...
No, that shouldn't be a problem. Rhaeda seems confident that her mammoth is going to get there. I trust that if she thinks her mammoth can get there, it would be fine for the mammoth to travel.
Well,
certain terrain is advantageous and disadvantageous for mammoths. However, the Jarl did promise you a safe passage to the Emperor Temple should you succeed in your mission. You and your mammoths included. You just have to factor in certain dangers on your journey.
I am not confident in my ability to control a mammoth.
Are they wild mammoth or like trained mammoths?
While it is hard to domesticate such a wild animal, there are rideable mounts nonetheless, especially in the traditional lands of the Ice and Jotuns, the Frost Giants. they have a will of their own. They're not the same as horse culture, but they're not. I wouldn't call them wild animals in the sense of one you will encounter in the wilds. They have some training, yes. Ordered, saddled, kind of trained to heed certain commands. All boils down to your animal handling at certain points. How good you are with animals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Basilka spent some time with the closest to animals. She will give it a go to try to handle them in the journey.
Sure. One mammoth is able to carry 3 to 4 of you if you squeeze on tight. It's sort of like a siege mount, if anything, especially for people of your size. So one would suffice for your journey, I would say, especially if you want to sort of use its saddle for saddlebags and carrying things on it. It will be doubles almost like a cart. A very useful item. You just have to consider the fact that while you're traveling with a mammoth, it is the biggest object, very stark against the snow, not at all camouflaged, and it is a prey animal in these parts. Yeah. So,
but we're also traveling with the chief daughter, or we're
chief's daughter. Yes, Reda will be traveling with you by side with on her own mammoth, a gargantuan specimen of the species. She has an iron grip on that specimen, and yeah, so you'll have 2 all in all.
Yeah, we're already traveling with one big mammoth.
Mm-hmm.
Having a second one doesn't make a difference. Only.
Well, I mean, it's just that it's how you guys travel. Reda can go on ahead without you guys, meet you there, and you guys can take a more stealthy approach. That way, you don't encounter trouble on the way.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just giving you all those options.
Yeah. I'll approach to one of the mammoths and.
Sure, you approach south of the shanties. There's like north of the grove, a field where they tread, overlooked by the sort of handler Ulfur, the mammoth tamer, who shows you to one of their smaller specimens, big enough to carry all of you guys, but not so big, so you won't be able to, wield it with either an iron fist or your clerical charms. While they don't have bound names, like you would say name a horse forever, it is traditional that while you are bonded to a mount such as this, for you to come up with a sort of name for them, something to refer to them. These are very intelligent animals and they understand this sort of bond. Ulfur sort of teaches you this method of bonding to this animal. What do you wish to name your mount?
Icarus. If everyone wants to agree, or if anyone has another idea.
Icarus,
the guy from the Greek legend?
Well, I mean...
Sure.
Fair enough. You are joined by Icarus then. Alright, that's done. Is there anything? I'm just kind of setting a token for it with HP. It's a pretty hefty animal, and its own armor class in case you want to use it in combat. 100% your choice. But token is ready. Is there anything else you wish to do in Yidrak before you head out?
I don't think so. Not me, at least.
We should rest for the night and then leave tomorrow, right? We're not gonna leave at night. Because I think everything that we've done in Yidrak was done like one day.
You arrive at noon, made your way through the shops, the ring of trials, reveled a little bit in the Warriors' Hall, spent some time in the shanties, the Sentinel, the Sears Grove, the Hours Lodge. All in all, it's about 5 in the evening, approaching dusk.
Is Raida leaving now or tomorrow? That will.
While they are eager to make their first strike, Raida can go head on ahead without you guys tonight. You guys can rest up and catch up with her. She can show you sort of the approximate location, and you can track her down from there. This all being part of her trial and yours as skillful survivors in this wilderness. Part of earning the Jarl's respect.
Yeah.
Also, we need to find Casimir and give him a heads up on what we're doing.
And were we to just push on immediately, we would more than likely exhaust ourselves. But, yeah,
Okay.
I think we spend the night and then head out first thing in the morning.
So
Potentially before dawn, even.
Ezekiel and anybody else wishing to seek out your fellow necromancer, yeah.
I would be seeking out Casimir because
Sure.
we still have that thing going on.
Sure. The two of you, either individually, make me a single survival as part of a tracking roll, or one of you can make it with advantage with the other one helping.
I'll join them too.
Yes. I would let you use charisma, but unfortunately nobody really took note of where he's at, so asking around will not be of help.
He's at the graveyard.
You wish just head to the vaults then?
I was
Sure.
gonna ask about that actually. In
That's where he said
character,
he would
Ezekiel
be.
will ask. In character, Ezekiel will ask you guys like, so what's the deal with Casimir? Like, oh, did he tell us he's gonna be at the graveyard?
Yes, it's where he tends to hang out. He's more comfortable there.
Why? What's up with that? I
Well,
don't know. Most people who are most comfortable in graveyards.
well, he's got some connections to that. He brought me back.
A little bit closer to the mic, my friend. You're being cut off when you speak away from it.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's been there. He's been near graveyards for a while. He's got lots of his magic he's involved with that. Part of his experiments to try and bring back his sister.
And using telepathy into Ezekiel. So Ramirez cannot hear. I will tell him.
You can just use the whisper channel, eh? I mean, go ahead.
It's nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's nothing big really. So he's walking too far from the path. A few days ago, he just killed one of his own just for being paranoid, for being insult. And his sister doesn't sound like good news either. She was trying to bring or to worship a Lord of the Abyss to cast more death to the land.
Ezekiel, roll me a history check, real quick. As you're listening to your allies try to explain things, and you're trying to ground yourself in, time and identity of this individual. Let's see if Ezekiel has heard anything revolving around this guy.
No.
Okay. 9. The most obvious is that you know of the race of the Dusk Elves here in Barovia. A race that has been trapped in Barovia for centuries, and Ramirez seems to, at least a part of him belongs to it, and Casimir wholeheartedly. It's a race that, much like many of the people of Barovia, is stricken by grief and tragedy. But you do know, for reasons unknown to you, but you do know that you've only ever encountered males. The females of the race have been culled a long time ago for some supposedly crime or misjudgment on Strahd's behalf, and they've been absolutely culled by Rahadan, the same way that your party was culled 10 or so years ago. Ever since then, they sort of made their home among the Vistani and have been living in a stagnation. This Casimir individual, I don't know if you had any direct interaction with him in your past, but you have heard of him as the de facto sort of heir prince of the Dusk Elves in this land. And from your very brief time spent with him, I think I told you a little bit about his quest here, right? Did you have any questions about that? Like the call of the Ember Temple?
His sister.
Right.
But now I want to ask Tsolenka through telepathy, what's the problem with his sister exactly?
You have telepathy? Just so I know.
I have detector.
Oh,
so
wait.
I
She,
will sit on that moment while we are speaking.
Fair enough.
You think about what you want to say. I'll read it.
Sure. I'll ask, like, what's the problem with his sister? Why do you think she's, an issue? In my head.
We find her in the catacombs of Ravenloft. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I mean, I have
I'm just
one
saying, they're your
one
spell
free
slots.
sword.
You do whatever you want.
In the catacombs of the Ravenloft, and she was buried with her treasures. And in her treasures, she was worshipping Arcus, one of the Lords of the Abyss, who wants to bring undead to the land. Also, in life,
right?
she...
Wait, write that name down? She was worshipping who?
Arcus? I don't know if out of character you know who he is. I know a little bit, but not much.
Did you roll religion check last time we encountered that name?
I think we did. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what. Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I mean,
I have to check, but
you have your notes. Whatever.
Yeah. And she had like some emblems of him. Also, in life, she was willingly attached to Strahd. That's one of the reasons why she was killed, I guess.
Wait, who killed her?
Casimir and his people. They stoned her to death.
Casimir cured her, and now he wants to bring her back.
Yes, I told you. He's walking too far from the path. And Ramirez and
So,
him. Ramirez was brought back by Casimir. Like, he revived him.
so Casimir and the other Dusk Elves stoned her to death because she was worshipping this, Orcus person who brings undead to the land and was also had an affair with Strahd.
She was like one of the girlfriends of Strahd, I guess? Or wannabe bride?
One of his groupies. But now he wants to bring her back? Why?
Because Strahd killed all the females after they killed her.
He's trying to bring her back as an incubator?
I think so. She's the hope of the Dusk Elf, according to Casimir.
But you think that's a bad idea because of her allegiances when she was alive?
Yeah. The fact that she was one of Strahd's concubines and the god who she worshipped, I don't think it will be safe for her.
At some point, your detect thoughts spell withers after a minute.
Yeah.
So how much more of this are you going to be wasting another spell slot for, or saying out loud from this point on?
I will just tell him but that's all.
Conversation has to be brief for you to keep it discreet like this if you want to exclude
Ezekiel
members of your own
has,
party for some reason.
Ezekiel has more comments and questions he wants to ask, but for now he'll just nod. It's like maybe we'll continue this another time. As I assume around this point we're approaching the graveyard.
You're silently walking toward the grave, meanwhile Ramirez is
Why is Ezekiel reacting to nothing?
I'm actually probably ahead of folks.
Fair enough.
I would have been moving with a purpose.
Passing with a purpose, past the Reaver's Armory, then, what you see in front of you, Ramirez, is a system of ice caves beneath Yidrak that are rather desolate. There are stone slabs that serve as ceiling rocks to entrances within the various mounds and rocky cliffs here. You do see a stout figure bald-headed with a long white beard and mustache, stark white eyes, dark skin, almost like that of a dusk elf, but even a little bit darker and more on the purple hue side. This individual is rummaging through the snow and ice pick in hand, picking at the ice, and seems to be clearing away debris as if digging for something. By the looks of him, he's some sort of a dwarf.
Hello? How are you?
Am I digging for them gems?
Looking for gems.
They're here somewhere. That's what that elf told me. Gotta keep digging.
Ah, elf. Is that Casimir?
I don't know his name. Really charming fella.
Mask.
You know, I kept trying to find out what he's here for, but he never really answered, and sort of
That sounds like
didn't really give me much detail. But then you know, with a wave of a hand, tell me to look for those gems, and here I am. They're here somewhere. I know it.
Well,
You're here to help me dig for gems?
No,
Not
actually, I'm
necessarily.
unfortunately not
We're
here
looking for
gems. I need to go
our
speak
elf
with
friend.
that elf. Casimir.
I know it's here somewhere in the guard vaults. I didn't keep an eye on him for too long, too busy digging for them gems. And he seems really adamant on completing this task.
Can I roll insight or
I'm gonna.
anything?
Well, hold on.
to-
Don't talk over your teammates. Insight for what?
Sorry.
Can I roll anything to try to see if he's like being charmed, like he's?
You can choose if you're
compulsive?
trying to detect like a sense of charm or anything. Insight or Arcana, either or.
Okay, I'm going for insight
He
because
was just gonna
fine.
whisper, like, do you think he cast a suggestion?
This Drugar, in his Undertaker garb, doesn't seem to fit on the outside. Not really dressed for the outside cold. More seems I think he's dressed for the insides of those caves, away from the wind. So not in the right place, not at the right time either. Especially with how he's squinting, even in the setting sun. The more used to darkness. Looking at his eyes, they're stark white, and they have a sort of off-focus look to them. He's looking at your face, but he's like a foot off. And then, yeah, you'd be able to, like, with some certainty, tell that something weird is going on here. He's doing what he's doing out of his own volition, but he's just out of place here.
I give a slight shake of my head.
If you want to be certain, you'd have to, like, sort of detect magic or something along the lines of, but just from his demeanor, I'll give you that, right?
Yeah.
Slightly.
Yeah.
You look around, doesn't look like a place that would have gems either.
I will only suggest that the gems are in his hut, hiding in his hut. He put it there. Just trying for him to not freeze to death.
You're telling him the gems you're looking for in your heart? Roll me persuasion.
Sure. Just straight roll, no fire.
That doesn't make sense. That's not where gems grow. They grow beneath the ice, deep beneath the ice. As deep as that once elf told me, and he seemed like a wise fella. Very charming, too. I'll find them, or my name ain't Digger. And he keeps on picking.
Well then, I will go ahead and reach into my bag, and from the skull that I'd had from Kassan, there were a bunch of pieces of amber in the teeth. As its teeth, there are like 8 of them. I'll grab one of those out and effectively try and stealthily drop it in front of him so that he finds it immediately.
Okay, roll me like, what would that be, like a sleight of hand? Yeah, sleight of hand.
Yeah, I think that would be sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand, he's not really
I-
paying attention, he's so immersed in his task, I'm just gonna use purely his passive perception, so it's pretty low DC. Go for it.
And I have
But I
it's
I was gonna do something to give him advantage. Never mind.
Easy then. You walk on by as he's conversing with Tsolenka or otherwise occupying himself. Drop that little tooth-sized piece of amber into snow and just kind of slyly bury it with your foot. It is there. You just kind of wait for him to discover it or point it out or something?
Yeah. Well, I'll quickly point it out.
Okay, so you watch him rummage some more. A good, 30 seconds or a minute passes as he's working slowly his way toward that spot where you calculated. You dropped it there. And then he's like, I see here. Ah, there's one. Oh, look at it. Oh, shiny. Told ya. And you're telling me about all this heart nonsense. Well, I gotta keep digging till the sun sets. That's what he told me. Yep. Gotta find some more. You're just confirmation bias. You just confirmed he's even more adamant on the task now. He pockets it.
If I were to do something that gives a person resistance to cold damage, could that also be labor to keep him warm in the cold weather?
Sure. It will prevent damage from cold. He will still get cold. He will not feel warmer, but that damage might get reduced. Yes.
But I'm hoping it'll prevent him from getting frostbite or any cold inflicted.
It will be less severe. Yes.
All right. I'll walk up to him and sort of pat him on the shoulder. Cast protection from energy to give him resistance to cold damage for an hour. He
feels like shudder go through his muscles as he still pays most of his attention to the task, but the spell does cast. I'll go ahead and give him cold resistance. Yeah. He's very much cold Dutch, and that was a pretty good call. If this was the work of Casimir, it doesn't seem like he cared about this guy freezing to death outside. Question about that spell though. Can you link it to chat real quick? Oh, did. For the willing creature you touch has resistance to. Okay.
Oh. Would he be unwilling?
No, he wouldn't be willing because you didn't really ask consent. Do you wish to suggest that spell to him or?
Yeah, sure. I'll ask him. I'll go up to him and say, my friend, allow me to protect you from the weather. From the bitterness of this cold weather.
It's been kind of chilly, isn't it? And you can look down and he's not wearing any shoes, just these leather wraps. Yeah. I won't make you roll for it. I want to make sure that you know that it is a willing creature. You can't just cast it on hostile targets, whatever, or non-willing things. Fair enough. You do that. He should be fine for at least the next hour. You're not sure how long the spell will go on for. Did you want to ask anything of this individual while you're conversing with him? He's half paying attention to the conversation, half digging still, eager to find more of those amber pieces.
I'm giving him a friendly smile as I cast the spell on him, and I'm gonna seriously look at Ramirez and Tsolenka and say, we need to find Casimir.
Just ask him, what were you doing when you found that smart elf?
When you found that what? Sorry.
A smart elf. When Casimir met him.
I was just doing my job. I am the keeper of this here vault. I look over the hundreds of bodies that are stored here in the icy vaults, waiting to thaw.
You'll see
once summer comes eventually. Most have sort of mummified due to the extreme cold, So, ever since Mount Guckus has become this Arctic landscape, me and my family, generations past, we've been doing this job as the keepers of this here mortuary.
Yes. Okay.
I was chiseling away at he was chiseling away at the rock, making new vaults when Casimir approached him.
Oh, okay. We need to move. And I will just make my way into the vaults.
Do come back! Give me a hand with this, will ya? God, all these buried treasures all this time and we didn't even know! And he just goes back to it. As you maneuver past him, 100 more yards, you see there's like a network of vaults here. It's very obvious to tell which tracks are that of the barefooted Droga, the little dwarf, and you can see another set of footprints sort of going to one of the tunnels that belong to somebody who might just be Casimir.
I will follow the footprints.
You venture forth into those icy caverns. Most of the sideway passages have been sealed off with large pieces of stone that have like these giant runes upon them, various family names commemorating the various heroes who have come to pass. Further in, you find chambers where the dead either lie without with like the ceiling doors yet unfinished, or otherwise the chambers are empty with no bodies within. There you find Casimir, where he has remained for the duration of most of his stay here. He is meditating. You, as a fellow elf, recognize this meditation practice. Not so much sleep, but half awareness. In one of his hands is Petrina's skull, which he seems to rest his hand upon in a half embrace. In the other one, he seems to be resting his hand on an open page of the Tome of Strahd. In his meditation, you see throughout is like a spell circle that he has set up, and while going through his breathing practices, the circle seems to glow this crimson color, ebbing, growing brighter and then dimming with his breaths.
Okay. Minor illusion, stealing Petrina's voice in his ear. Wake up.
Wait, real quick. Who's Katrina? Is that his sister?
His sister.
His sister.
The eyes open. For a slight moment, you can see they are like full black. And then the blackness shrinks back into his irises, and his eyes focus upon a point before him.
Well, good news, and of course you have to start trying to undo it. I was able to negotiate passage for us to the Amber Temple once we provide a little bit of service to the town. Escorted passage. So, this is good. Now, if you can stop putting us at risk by enchanting the townsfolk, that would be.
I thought you were in on my plans. I told you, I will find Petrina's body, and I will revive her at any cost. If these living will not speak to me and tell me that which I know, I shall commune with the dead. It is a risk worth taking.
Was Katrina's body here? That's in
No, her body is sitting in the body is in Castle Ravenloft.
Why did you need to charm? Why'd you need to charm that man outside to come in here?
For one reason or another, he would not allow me to speak with the dead. Said I was disturbing their rest. Nonsense. He is just an old bossman, unable to realize the severity of our situation as a race and the importance of my mission. So, like many, I simply put him aside. I didn't kill him. I simply told him to do what his race does best.
Casimir, he could have been seriously injured if we hadn't come when we did.
Doesn't seem to care.
You make it.
How long does that charm last then? Can you end it?
I think he 5-6 hours remaining.
5-6 hours remaining. End it. End the charm.
I would not curse him to that fate forever. I simply needed time to sit here and commune with the dead. Are you ready to leave?
We leave.
We're gonna rest for a night and leave before dawn tomorrow morning.
Then consider his task extended another day, and my task here the same. Very stark face, doesn't seem to have an emotion for this dwarf that
You
acted
do
against him.
realize that the
Casimir, do you expect the
negotiations that
young
I
to...
got-
Well, hold on, guys. Don't talk over one another. I can only listen to one person. Go ahead, Ramirez.
you do realize that the negotiations with the leader of this village to get us escort to the temple are going to go away if you start charming the people here and causing problems.
I can just charm the
We
Yar
play-
to let us go to the temple just as easily.
I highly doubt that.
Ramirez, he stands up on his feet. I don't think you realize I am the prince of our people. It is not custom to deny me that which I want, especially when I know that which I crave for will benefit us all. If these fools will not see it, I will make them see it.
There is saying around here that's like, when in Rome, do as Romans do. It's like, you may be a prince, but these aren't your lands that we're in right now.
I am not concerned with that dwarf going off and mouthing off. Once he has done his task and I am done here, I will simply wipe his memory, modify it, and he will not even know I ever came to this place.
What if he dies of frostbite while out there?
People die all the time. And maybe, just maybe then, I'll be able to get some answers around here. Now, if you don't plan on leaving and you mean to daddle around in this place, I will return to my meditations and do us all a favor and look for the answers that you failed to find, I am assuming.
What answers would that be?
The risks that we are to be run into should we go to the temple, the dangers within, the price needed to pay for Patrina's return. Answers that the living fear. And my own inquiries, which are none of your concern.
We've been guaranteed safe passage. We don't need these answers, especially not at the cost of other people's lives.
We? Who is we?
Well,
Who are
oh.
you? I have known you for merely 2 days. And you make a call on behalf of all of us? Do not mistake, you have joined these, and he points toward the rest of the party, as part of my escort on my expedition. Should you disagree with my methods, you are free to go alone. Back to your lodge, or wherever it is you came from. Sometimes the unthinkable must be done in order to achieve greater things. If you are unable to handle it, I suggest that perhaps it is due time we part ways.
I will only send a message to Ezekiel. While I disagree with him, the Morning Lord chose him to cleanse part of the land. He still have work to do for him.
Unaware of your, psychic communication, he goes on sort of over this. And I have not wasted my time here either. I actually made some progress and found out certain answers. The Whispering Temple, as they refer to it, I have learned of its location. Though these dead speak the cryptic phrases and mad speech, tormented by Borovia's afterlife as they are, there was little to gather from the dead, but the location of the temple, that I have. That is vital. I no longer require this, in fact. He brings out a little bead of amber with a draconic rune upon it and tosses it toward you, Ramirez. Do you catch?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a half-minded toss.
When did you? Well, I suppose if you want to do it that way, you can. I'd prefer to have escort, though. One less problem for us to deal with.
Then I shall wait for your return, should you not perish from whatever venture you have picked up next. I, myself, am not interested in facing dragons more than I have to, but I will not stop you, brethren, from taking such risks. I pray that my work on you and bringing you back will not be wasted on some dragon.
It won't be.
He intends to stay here to sort of avoid any distractions here in these vaults.
He has the Tom of Strahd, right?
Correct.
Yes. Have you done any more to decipher the rest of the pages?
I
Do
was
you
in
need
the
some
middle of
help
that
on it?
before you interrupted me, yes.
Let me join you in your effort. By helping him to
Right now, or weren't
decipher.
you leaving?
I think we're spending the night today, right? Here
Fair enough.
in
Okay.
Jaedra.
If that's what you want to do, if you want to spend your time in the Ysgard vaults, you will not be disrupted, especially since the Keeper is charmed. That is the result valuable action, benefits, pros and cons. Vasilka can spend her time here. Do you guys wish to do anything else here or spend your night elsewhere? Stay here with Vasilka as they decipher and see what they come up with. And then sort of seek lodging, be it in the shanties or in your own tents, and long rest for the night.
I'm gonna go and seek lodging, but before I just completely close my eyes for the night, I want to buy some warm clothing for
Okay.
the dwarf.
As you
Jacket.
venture out of the chamber where Casimir is at, you can see Casimir. He's like staring you down. I don't know if you're staying back, but he's staring you down. You don't need an insight check to sort of tell that he doesn't like you.
I'm not staring him back.
Right.
Like, after I've just clicked my tongue and turned away, and I just make my way out without looking back at him.
The last you hear from the chamber is Casimir's voice as he turns to what you assume is Ramirez or the rest of the party, saying something along the lines of, "Are you sure this is wise to have him about? He might be an anchor for a mission." And then, I don't know if you linger for that conversation, but you venture out to try and find warm clothing. Warm clothing, easily done. Whale bellies. Again, you can do an equal barter trade, or you can spend coins. It's your choice. Warm weather clothing, however, is more expensive than sacks and rags. So,
Expensive than sack and rags?
Hmm?
What'd you say it was more expensive?
Well, it was expensive. It was like 10 gold pieces to buy a set of warm clothes from whale bellies. So you can pay the 10 gold or, exchange it for barter.
It is quite heavy on my rather empty purse strings.
Do you do a crime?
I will. Would he take a? No.
I
Heisted whale bellies.
No.
He accept weapons in exchange for
Yeah.
trade?
Yeah.
What would giving him my longsword get me?
Like 2-3 sets of warm clothing.
So like a jacket and boots.
I don't think you have jacket and boots. You like no, like I'm talking about sets, like including.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, warm clothing includes like heavy furs, hood, boots, gloves, everything. A sword is just not equal barter. He will give you warm clothing and more for it.
Great, I'll give him my longsword. Absolutely, I thank him.
Okay. Well, consider. He says.
I may not even.
He sort of turns to you like.
I was gonna.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that unless he says something about it, Ezekiel is like unfamiliar with the ways of like.
No, he does. He's not gonna hide it.
Items.
Yeah, he's very good-hearted, seems to be, and he says, "Ooh, this is a bit too much, but for our equal prosperity, I will keep a certain store credit for you, for when you return, should you want to purchase some more. But here you go," and he hands you like this fur-lined set of warm clothing, very well stitched, very shamanistic and traditional. And I'll just keep a certain balance that he'll remember. He has a little ledger that he uses to keep track of certain IOUs and whatnot. Just for fairness, because like a longsword sells for like 25 gold pieces or some in like regular towns, and these people are not ignorant of the fact of what you can do with a longsword. Just to be certain, that's the old one you had, right? Not your sword. The one that speaks to you, the good aligned
Right.
one that casts light, right? You just gave him your old sword, right?
Just a regular long sword. The Crusader is a short sword.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Okay, you got that. Bringing back to Digga, the dwarf. He is still sort of moved on from the spot where he was and made actually impressive progress in the 10 minutes you've been gone, chiseling into the ice in these organized sections, almost making tombs outside. Still looking for those gems. You can see he has tossed aside a few large rocks, have been chiseled through them as well. Bringing him the warm clothing about half an hour before your spell is about to expire. You should be fine with this. It's just that you're not sure if he has lodgings elsewhere where he has warm clothes, but you've done a good deed to the point where you already have inspiration. I can give you another one. But it's a good-hearted deed,
I trust he has somewhere to sleep for the night, that he doesn't just sleep in the caves when he's not charmed.
Sure, you think that. Either way, reassuringly, you feel, though the sun is not up, this deed has been there's a wind of approval on the air, divine as it is. That being said, as he's doing that, the rest of you, what do you guys do? So Vasilka is staying to help decipher a few entries, if possible.
Do remember that one of our objectives, in addition to finding a temple and getting everything we get out of that, is to gather allies. You know as well as I do, we have no chance alone.
I gave him a chance to speak to me plainly. They refused to give me information. What good is an ally that keeps secrets?
You have to say
I
them.
do not stop you from making allies. I will do things my own way.
You make it complicated. Make it complicated. Do try not to cause any problems and undo any goodwill that I built.
No promises. There's a certain hierarchy in Dusk of society, and in Casimir's eyes, at least, you're slightly down that rank compared to him. After all he's been through, after all, so he doesn't feel like he owes you anything. Do with that as you will, though. Is there something that you wish to do here in the vaults while you're around, or stay with Vasilka, or go somewhere else, or?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Vasilka then. Let me just look up. I think... Did I pin the new mechanic for the tome somewhere in Discord?
Yes, it's in a new channel, Tom of Strahd.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I made a whole channel for it. That's awesome. Okay, so what did I say about it? What's the mechanic? Tome of Strahd, yes. Deciphering the tome. Any player who investigates the tome or helps has a -5 perception check for the duration of the 4 hours required to decipher it. As you dedicate the time for research, you can choose which available chapter you want to rule for. One other player can help you with that as well, if you so wish. And depending on your role, I'll let you know what you find. I did have a table of contents in the same channel, I believe.
Yes.
But essentially there's 4 chapters. War, Peace, Love, and Power.
Yeah, if I can choose, I will choose War.
Okay. In War, there are subsections labeled and titled. Androl 1, Androl 2, Androl 3, 5, and 6. Section 4 has already been deciphered. There's also a single section titled Markovia. Is there a specific one you wish to roll for?
Markovia, Androl 1, if I can do 2, but Markovia at the moment.
Let me see here. Markovia to start. Strahd.
Since I have nothing else that I'm really doing at the time, I would stay and help Vasilka out with this as best as I can. I'm not great at this, but
Give me a second. You can roleplay amongst yourself if you wish for a moment. I just need to look something up real quick.
Yeah, no worries. We don't also have to have like the chapter to the now. I'm not sure if.
Well, if I give it to you now, you'll be able to react to it now, sort of thing, and see if that. I really do want to give it to you. It's just a matter of I have to find where my notes are for this. I didn't expect you guys to be doing the Tome of Strahd, and
yeah, that's why I'm telling you. I imagine that.
Well,
but
and things more complicated, but we'll have to deal with it as we can. Worst case, I can at least barter with the staff to get them on our side fully. As useful as it may be enough to get the Jarl to side with us for sure. As long as things don't get worse, but well then. Tsolenka, what do you expect to find at the temple? Anything?
the temple, not sure.
You hope you try and use any of it? Really find a secret to undo Strahd.
I will wish to find a way to free the monster of him, if there's still any of him left.
okay, good, I found it.
I
you don't know how frantically I was looking for it. Like I have like 5 tabs open. I found it. I'll make sure to like actually put this link in my notes. Continue discussion if you want. Finish it off, and then I'll let you know what to roll for.
I don't know if there is anything left in him. What we've seen of him, he seems to have given up on everything. Given up on any hope of being good.
But there's no good on sending him to the abyss if we cast him away.
Well, we might undo casting away. It might free this land.
If that's the only choice, it will be that. If there is a way of separating himself from the monster he became, I'll try that.
Ezekiel, question for you. For the sake of party unity, do you wish to join your party mates as they sort of gather around the chamber and, Vasilka is helping decipher the tome? Do you wish to stick around for what they decipher, or do you want to do your own thing and just seek like isolation for now?
What time would it have been after I gave the guy his warm clothes?
6 in the evening, approaching dusk.
Yeah, sure. I'll help them.
Okay. You said which chapter first you want to do?
Markovia.
Markovia's chapter will require you to do an investigation check. You can do it with advantage, utilizing just Casimir's help, or have another party member rule with you. You one rule and they rule once. An investigation check.
If there's a way of using guidance on this?
So guidance is a spell that lasts for 1 minute, while this is taking you 4 hours to do. So unfortunately,
okay, no
guidance
worries.
cannot be used with things that require concentration over a very long time, or if you're already concentrating on something. It's something that you almost like react to, if that makes sense. Is guidance a reaction, or is it like an action, by the way?
It's an action.
It's an action.
Oh, it's even worse in combat. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
I think Ramir is helping me on the investigation check.
Okay, so both of you roll me a single roll. Okay, it's fair enough, because the decipher is quite advanced, especially this late into the entries.
This is going to be really bad.
Right, try it. It's a D20. Yeah. Unfortunately, sort of you waste. You do manage to eventually accomplish the task, but you do waste like an additional 2 hours on it, as it is close to midnight by the time you finish. Go ahead and roll me, each of you, a Constitution saving throw.
Concentration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ezekiel, you're able to benefit from a short rest if you wish during that time. Ramirez and Vasilka, you push on past exhaustion, kind of keeping on with the task, but eventually, close to midnight, you manage to siphon the entry titled Markovia, which in Strahd's cipher reads. Just put them. With the forbidden lore of the temple on Mount Gakis, I have become an unpredictable foe indeed. Yet it was this hubris which led me to the humiliating wounds I received at the hand of Markovia. Apparently incensed by Androl's death, she marched with a small force of clerics and armored champions and broke through the gates of Castle Ravenloft. Never have I seen such zealous ferocity in battle as when the woman wielded her mace against me. Channeling the burning anger of her god through her martial instrument, it was all I could do to parry her blows and survive the onslaught. Had she accosted me anywhere but inside my lair, I must admit she may have been victorious that day. Unbeknownst to her, the castle is a creature of chaos which bends to my will. Calling upon its dark powers and my unnatural regeneration, I outlasted her. Her flames nearly extinguished. I granted her a hero's death. As a gesture of respect, I have interred her body, her remains, in the crypts below Ravenloft.
It seems like she was quite effective. Does mean that if we fight Strahd in the castle, we'll have to be extra careful. But at this point, we should probably try and get a little bit of sleep before we head out.
Yeah, I understand that. And I understand. And if we are to face Strahd, we have to face his castle. We need to find a way to neutralize it or alleviate the burden of it.
Okay.
Uh,
You want to do two deciphers. You can try. You'll be pushing with potential of exhaustion into the early hours of the morning, and you'll have to take like a long rest afterwards.
Ezekiel will
Thankfully,
speak up
you,
and tell them
Vasilka, you only take 4 hours to long rest, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes,
that's a reality for you in terms of like the party resting now. So I'm giving you that option if you want.
If the party rests now, I'll keep pushing it on.
Okay,
rest.
so we'll do that once the party has set up watch, or if they wish to like sleep here and where along with the dead. Very much, Chris Strahd, you may. What was that, Ezekiel? What did you want to do?
Ezekiel was gonna speak up once he gets word that they've transcribed a section of the passage. He's gonna speak up and say, "It's late now. We need to go to sleep and get ready for the siege tomorrow morning."
Yes, agreed. We should sleep. Come, let's go find somewhere to rest.
Probably have to like tether Icarus somewhere outside. He's under your keep, your mount for you to take care of.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Radar is somewhere out there. Like I thought you were gonna be here already. I guess I'll camp. So Radar, I'm gonna mark off that she made her own progress. Let me just.
She knew that we were leaving in the morning, and we haven't left in the morning yet.
Well, I told you guys that she's gonna leave ahead of you guys, right? Because she's
Right,
gonna.
Yeah, I understood that part.
I would have.
Yeah, she's aware that you're leaving later. Yeah, I'm just joking around. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have to rule something for her real quick. But you guys, do you want to do anything before those of you who are not staying up are heading to bed?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
It's super late. Ezekiel's tired. He's gonna go to sleep.
Okay. Do you have the option of just all going to bed and Vasilka will just sort of keep watch of you with disadvantage, essentially? I'll have you roll perception check with disadvantage as you're keeping watch. of tonight's events,
Mhm.
or somebody can stay up for a watch, and we'll figure it out from there. It's your call. Excuse me. Oh my god. What is
Disadvantage is fine with me.
survival? Is wisdom, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. All right. That being said, Vasilka, roll me a
I'll.
Yeah.
No, tell me.
roll me a Constitution saving throw. As you are pushing past exhaustion once more, you gain 1 point of exhaustion, which you'll be able to sleep off at a later time. But you'll be ruling, therefore, I believe, is it ability checks that your first exhaustion level gives you disadvantage on, or saving throws?
Yeah, let me check.
Okay, I'm pretty sure.
Disadvantage on ability checks.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be a disadvantageous investigation check as you're trying to decipher a second passage. Which passage do you wish to decipher?
And roll 1.
Which Andrew one? Because they're sort of enumerated from 1 to 6, with the fourth one, I think I already posted it in the Discord channel where we keep everything. Andrew 4 read, neither Androl nor Markovia nor any of their followers have indicated they would attend the wedding of Sergei and Tatiana. I admit I find myself waiting for their wisdom and counsel in this trying time. Rahaden is the only one loyal to me, and though others have left, I am confident he would never. His calm demeanor bellies a furious motivation that I have not seen in other Dusk Elves, is what Androl 4 reads. You then have Androl 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Which one would you like?
1.
One. Go ahead and roll me a disadvantageous investigation check. Thankfully for you, it's a lower DC than before because it is introductory cipher and it's rather short.
I'll use memories from the past to add D6 to it.
Okay, do roll me one more time.
Yeah, remember how in another life the clerics used to research about all tomes and scrolls,
trying to attune to those monasteric sort of traditions. I believe. Do you only get to rule that and add it to one roll?
Yeah, to one roll.
Okay,
I have 4 of them.
I'll let you add it to like your lowest roll. Go ahead and roll me another investigation because it is disadvantage.
I only rolled 1. Oh, I thought I rolled twice.
It's okay.
10. So total 15.
Thankfully, thanks to your monasteric sort of memories, a 10 is what you need to hit. So I was just hoping you wouldn't rule anything below 4 at this point. Very nice. You managed in 4 hours into the night to decipher Andrew 1, which reads, when I brought my father's armies to this land, among them was a bright young acolyte of the Moaning Lord named Androl. His sermons inspired the people and boosted their morals as well as their faith. As we subjugated the native Druidics and barbarian tribes, he sought to spread the worship of his god among the nature-worshipping primitives. He was a kind soul, often advising me to temper my faith and show mercy toward our enemies. In him I found a trusted, confident, and advisor. A brief, but introductory chapter. Not bad considering that you've been pushing past exhaustion and whatnot. Exhausted as you are, you can settle into not slumber, but rest nonetheless, and join your companions in that regard. As you do, a memory brings tears to your eyes. Is it a bitter or cheerful memory? Does it, recalling it, make you feel the same way as you felt then, Vasilka?
Like wearing a crypt. It brings me memory of a funeral. When the change started and the undead was roaming the land, we were just burying normal folk, and their family were crying, and in a moment the seed started moving and rushing to attack his young daughter. Some of the guards tried to disarm him, put him down once more, but the daughter didn't make it. Just remembering how dark this land became brings a tear to my eye.
And with that, your body grows cold and still as you join the dead in your limbo-like slumber. The night comes to pass. Casimir continues in his meditations. A circle, runic, arcane, like drawn upon the floor, glows with a soft red glow that some of you awaken to the sound of whispers coming from his directions now and then, as he continues in his meditation. Come what is the equivalent of sunrise in Barovia, though the sun never rises, you come to consciousness, the lot of you.
Is this been the end of the rest?
Yes.
Just as the getting ready to start today, I'll cast Death Word
On whom?
Myself and Ezekiel at the moment.
Okay, upcasting that. Ezekiel, mark off that you have Death Ward on you. Should you ever drop to 0 HP, you return with 1 HP. I think you muted. Or something. Lorian?
Maybe he's away for 1 second.
Maybe. We'll let him know when he comes back. I said Death Ward upon you has been cast by Vasilka, meaning that should your character drop to 0 HP in the next 8 hours, you return to 1 HP. Just mark it off wherever
nice.
I usually mark it off where temporary HP is, that way you know you have that. But I think last time I said that, somebody said that temporary HP only accept numbers, so mark it off somewhere where you'll see it. You have Death Ward on you. Thanks to Vasilka. Without spell cast, do you guys wish to do anything at all?
I think we best start making our way out.
Okay.
Get to where Lena is. See if we can
Eat some
help her
cooked
out.
fish for breakfast. Make our way to leave out for the day.
Okay.
Before we depart, Casimir wouldn't depart from the tomb, right?
He is adamant on continue studying it unless you convince him otherwise.
He just
You can try convincing him
Sure,
otherwise, but
okay.
he just the previous owners gave the tome to him. You guys sort of agreed on that. He's not like, oh, it's mine till forever. It's just nobody else is using it.
Yeah, I'll just tell to Casimir that, well, you have lived this part of Strahd life. I'm still pretty in the shadows of what happened in those times. Will you be willing to share of it while we travel?
Well, how do you mean share? Do you want to take it with you?
No, right I
now?
want to take it with me. Yeah, right now.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll say a simple persuasion check. He trusts you enough to give you the option, especially since you've helped him with this, and he has a certain respect for you being off this land and has helped him so far.
Well,
Okay, and I'll add the 1d6 too, just in case.
Right.
So 10.
He looks at you and says, "Is it wise? I mean, where you're going, why would you need a Tome of Strahd going to the dragon layers? What if you lose it? What if we lose this? Isn't it safe in my hands?"
It
What are
is.
you asking
but-
for? I was
The
having
Tome of
connection
Strahd.
issues,
Tome of
so
Strahd.
I couldn't hear things. Oh, okay. Out of
Uh,
character, why do we want to take this with us?
it gives extra spells and knowledge of
You'll have
what
to
happened in
you'll
the
have to
past.
attune to it. Just so you know.
For the spells, right? Or
For everything.
decipher it?
For everything, you have to bond with it. You have to go through what Casimir is going through right now.
Okay, got it.
He's not like full on like, oh, my precious, and keeping it. He's just like inquiring, like, why would you need it? Where are you going?
Yeah. It's just for prepare ourselves for or future encounter with the.
Yes, I think she's. I think Vasilika is hoping to try and catch up on knowledge that you have, and that, to a lesser extent, I have of the history of this land.
Well,
while we're out
as
traveling.
much as I wish that you would have just simply stayed here with me while these pursue their own sort of quest, I trust you've helped me before. You've helped me find my sister's skull, so I suppose credit where credit is due. He bundles up the book, closes it, bundles it up, makes sure that it's safe from the elements. Old and ancient as it is, can't just expose it to snow and water. And he hands it to you. His hands linger a moment too long on the cover before he wills himself to part with the thing. You would have to ride in the back of a mammoth throughout this journey if you want to attune to it on the go. Or you can try to attune to it now while your friends are getting food and getting ready, and you can leave by 8 in the morning, essentially.
I'll do it in the moment.
Okay.
But before leaving, I'll ask for his help on protecting myself. Mage armor.
I suppose. I mean, he's an ally. That's what he's for. Sure. Consider yourself mage armored. I'll go ahead and mark off that spell slot from him this morning. Mage armor is first level slot. Yeah, sure. No concentration, right? No, just 8 hours. Neat. Okay.
8 hours. So.
Fair enough.
And do try and stay out of trouble. I'll be here to get you out of it for at least a little bit.
I would say the same to you. I'm simply, what trouble is there to get into? The fool outside, he's gonna keep digging for his gemstones, and I'll keep digging for more information. Do not take too long, will you?
I have no intention of it.
Alright. Fair enough. You'll try and stay out of trouble. Whatever, you're not my dad. What?
I can decipher with Arcana. Yes.
Okay, so the handout, if you're reading it, is different from what I had. I would say yes, though. Yeah. In future, now that you're sort of more tuned to it, I'll allow Arcana checks, because that makes sense.
Okay.
It's mostly investigation makes the most sense. That's why I went with that, because your investigation, you're into it, it's the same as doing research. Really, it's the same thing. But it is a magical object and a magical cipher, so if yours scores high for that, I'll allow it. As you guys get your mammoth, get your things, eat up, and all that, who is spear pointing this trek through the wilderness, past the Tsolenka Pass, and onto Galathur's Peak?
Thank you. You know the land better than anyone here. You want to lead us? I can if you
I'll
don't.
lead us forward.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a survival check as you're navigating down the slopes of this mountainous crater, past ruins of the Silver Dragon Order, sort of past overgrown woods and back, trying to find, using Casimir's expedition map, trying to find the way back onto the road.
While he's doing that, I'm keeping an eye out for
Danger
particularly to the skies.
Okay, I will use your passive perception as your sort of the floor for this check, but go ahead and roll your perception check to see if you get any higher than your passive. Fair enough. Okay, so as you keep an eye on the skies, you guys take a whole 2 hours to travel through this wilderness to make it down the winding path, and eventually coming to one of the first landmarks, which is the Luna Lake, about a quarter mile to the south of you, with an expensive structure in the distance, about half a mile to the east. As you're keeping watch, I'm gonna make a roll here. It is a rather quiet morning. You are sure that as you're keeping an eye to the skies, you do see a few dragons to the east, about 3 miles out, flying away from you guys, hunting most likely. You're not sure by the size of them what sort of specimen they are, if they're adults or the same dragon you encountered before, but they're far enough from you to, for you guys to keep a low profile even with a mammoth in your midst, at least for now. 2 hours, 10 o'clock in the morning, you arrive at this location. I'm going to put this on the map. Let me know if vision is fucky as I put your tokens down here. We have Ezekiel. Ezekiel, do you have your drift globe out? Lorian?
I would have it on me, and then I would activate the light if we're ever in a dark area. You can't hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I'm gonna go ahead and put
can you hear
the drift globe. Yeah, I can hear you. All right, so there it is. Drift globe should be casting a bright
you guys
light.
are getting massive delay when I talk.
That's possible. Are you guys getting massive delay when I talk?
Don't think
No.
so.
Yeah, but I think we have a Ezekiel delay. That's why he has been talking a lot over other people today.
Maybe. Okay, so we have that sorts out. How's vision, guys?
Not bad. I can see up to
Good.
here.
Yeah, you should be able to see the structure in the distance. All right, let me take a look here. We actually made it to Tsolenka Pass. The shelf of rock on which the mountain road clings grows narrow here. To your left, the icy cliffs rise sharply toward dark rolling clouds. To your right, the ground falls away into a sea of fog. Ahead, through the wind and snow, you see a high wall of black stone, lined with spikes and topped by statues of demonic vultures with horned heads. Set in the center of the wall is a closed iron portcullis, behind which burns a curtain of green flame. On the other side of the dark wall, gripping the mountain's edge, is like a Gart tower of white stone, topped by golden statues of mighty warriors. I believe I even have a sort of side view of what you're looking for. And let me check if my file uploaded. It did not. That sucks. So in this entire time, my file didn't upload, but this is what you're sort of looking at.
Okay. Wow.
I'll post the actual image I want to post in our Curse of Strahd General, because it's pretty awesome. It's just I think it's a big file, so it's not uploading the whole GIF, but it will upload in a moment.
Well,
What do you guys do?
we approach. And then with that, I'll just actually start moving on up. Oh, and I would have, over a course of our trip, given some words of encouragement that it shouldn't be that hard. We survived an ancient dragon. How bad can an adult dragon be?
Right.
I'm sure we'll be fine. And besides, this time we'll have a giant on our side. We can do that.
Survived is that's a word we can use. That's a word.
As you make your way closer to the structure, you see the structure is made from tightly fitted stone, and the whole gatehouse is about like 3 stories high, 30 feet. The adjoining walls are 20 feet high and lined with stone spikes. What do you do as you approach it?
Actually, I would walk over here, grab, kind of just break off a branch from the tree there,
It's brittle and
I would
cold, easily done.
toss it so it lands somewhat in the flame curtain.
You see it like quickly begin to like burn up as it lands in the middle of the gate and continue burning, charring black, and then quickly throughout about 30 seconds it begins to crumble into ash and coal.
Well, I suppose probably shouldn't go through that. And one moment, and I will walk up to the wall, plant my hands on the wall, and start climbing.
Okay, as he begins to circumvent the gate by trying to climb over it, what did the rest of you guys do?
I will like take a
Ezekiel for
second
now
to.
is just going to.
What you say? Sorry, a second.
Go ahead, you go first.
No, you go. You go. I don't have any idea.
I don't have an idea either. Ezekiel's just going to be looking around, like scanning the perimeter, looking at like the walls of the building and like the gates of this place. And have we caught up with Rada? What was
Nope.
the chief's daughter's name?
You did not. You're only 2 hours in your journey, which reminds me that Vasilika, should you have attuned on the back of the mammoth, you are attuned to the Term of Strahd. If you have an attunement slot that is free.
Yeah. I'm gonna tune to it. Yeah. So.
Okay.
1 second.
But no, you have not caught up to Rada.
Are we sure we're supposed to be here? We were just following the directions that were given to us, right?
Yes.
Maybe.
Well, I know how to get us across. I don't quite know how we get the mammoth across, but hopefully there's something on the other side that lets us turn off this flame and open the gates itself.
So you asking if you're sure that we're supposed to be here, etc. You can take a second look at the map if you want, but you'll see that should you want to go to Galatha's Peak, I'm simply following the logic that your characters would go with the most direct route, unless you want to scale down like a mile down the mountain all the way around and try and take the like way across the river, lake, and then scale back the mountain. But either way, you're heading east, right? So, do you propose to head another direction?
No.
Okay.
So, I guess this is my character like double checking the map, and he's like, "Yeah, I guess we're supposed to be here. This does seem like the best way to go across. Trying to travel over water would be a huge pain with the mammoth."
Yeah,
So-
I'm sure
the hills and the
I'm
mountains.
sure there's something on the other side of this that we can turn off the flame and open the door. And I'm assuming that by this point I would have made it up to the statue.
If you so wish, yeah. You make it up 25 feet up to the base of this black stone statue. What are you doing here?
I am taking one of my ropes, lashing it to the statue, and tossing it down folks. I should use that to climb up.
Okay, so as you tie it to, you can see like the statue is that of a vulture-like creature, squat onto its forelegs. You tie the rope around one of them, knot it, and toss it down.
Question: if the gate was open and there were no flames, would the mammoth be able to travel through?
Probably be able to squeeze it through, yeah. The gate is about 10, 15 feet wide. You'll be able to squeeze a mammoth through.
There's no way this flame would go out with just pouring like water on it, right? It's probably magical.
No,
Probably
flames.
only goes out through some kind of condition.
Yes, I'm assuming that there's something on the other side of this that lets us disable it.
The gate is down, right? Or the gate is up?
What do you mean up? Oh, you mean like the portcullis?
Yeah,
The portcullis is closed.
it's close. I say to Ramirez, if you can open the gate, I'll take care of the flame.
Yes, well. But either of you want to join me up here? Then I will.
What exactly
kind
are you planning to do when you climb up there? Pull the gate up?
Oh no, I climbed up here and tossed the rope down. I'm going over the gate and assuming that there's a way to open the gate on the other side. I figured I could give you guys a rope to climb up with me if you wanted to join. Otherwise,
Tsolenka says she has a way to deal with the flames if we can just get the gate open.
well. How far in front of the flames is the gate?
The flames are licking the gate's iron. It seems that there's like two sets of portcullises, like in a sort of a one from the other, like a cage, and in between them is this writhing flame 30 feet up. You, from where you are, sort of at the edge of the statue, you can see that the flames rise all the way to the top of where you are, even higher.
So realistically, I couldn't get a rope up from the bottom of the portcullis to the statue without it being caught by the flames.
You can certainly try.
Just to be sure, I'll cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
With the wand.
So aside from the obvious sources of magic from your allies, you do detect a strong aura coming from the gate. The first aura coming from fires is that of, I believe, evocation. Let me just check that real quick. Just if you want a hint of what sort of magic it is. Yes, it'll be a very, very high level evocation spell. And then there is a transmutation aura coming, radiating out of each statue. The one that Ramirez is by, and the other one across.
Oh. I'll tell Ramirez about that.
Oh, well.
The statues are not what they seem to be.
I suppose I should be careful then. Well then, let's try. I'm gonna actually duck around to the other side and look down on the other side of the gate. Do I see any? What do I see on the other side of this?
Like looking from like here?
No, kind of walking across the statue, looking down the other. Basically, I'm trying to cross the battlements to look down on the other side of this, mainly looking for some type of lever or wheel or pulley system that.
So as you crawl past the statue and past the battlements, I suppose you could call them that. The ridges on top of this wall, you look and you see. I wonder if I put you here, what do you see?
I see a wall.
Yeah, hold on.
And it's nothing else.
Hold on. So you make your way here. You'll be able to see this. It is you're looking at walls. I know you can't see much, but you see a tall the tower structure I described before. It appears to be about 3 stories high, and you can see to its snowy base. And then there's the sloping mountain here, and the road sort of proceeds beyond this gate onwards, northwest. In the distance, you can barely make out like a bridge.
And if I was looking, there's nothing like here and here that looks like a winch mechanism or the like that would be used to open.
Roll me, I guess it would be a perception check, yes. You look at the wall, and you're not sure if there is even one there. No.
While Ramirez is doing that, I'll be checking the statues. Like you say, how high are they? Sorry.
30 feet up.
30 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to see the statues. For any reason, they look like they are breathing softly, moving. looking at us.
Rolling insight, I suppose.
Inside. 24.
24. The statue to the left is still a stone. Doesn't seem to move much. But as you're looking at the statue to the right, you can see its eyes are reflecting the flame. And you see from the base up, the flesh is the stone is slowly turning to flesh. Slowly, gradually. Where the rope is tied to the leg, that leg then shifts and moves. And the whole body of this creature coming to life pivots and turns toward Ramirez, and you can see an arm lift up, taloned, in a motion to strike, as you hear a rising, and then like Ramirez, you take note of this. At that point, I'm gonna have you guys roll me initiative. As you do, you hear the roar of the flames grow louder. Each of these parapets on the wall begins to illuminate with the same green glow, one by one, spreading out from the center of the wall outwards. And from the flame, something else steps out. A creature, winged, massive, wicked.
Tsolenka, get back.
Okay. If I have chance to move, I will. But,
You do not. You stood close enough to investigate these creatures. Stepping out of the gate is this creature. I don't know how to best describe him, so I'm just going to show him in his full glory.
Full glory.
To either side of this creature, up on the parapets, the two statues animate into life. This one, thanks to Ramirez's actions, this one has a rope tied to its leg. So I'm gonna put a little net icon on it.
This thing is terrifying. What the fuck? I thought it was just a statue. It looked like a vulture.
It's not what I intended.
Oh, this is the thing that came out of the flame.
Yes, this one came out of the flame. The two animated
Ezekiel's
into
gonna
motion.
Ezekiel's gonna call out. He's like, Ramirez, what did you do?
I just was looking on the other side, trying to find something for us to get in.
You're pretty certain that there is no lever on the other side. That being said, Vasilka, you can move away if you so wish, before you get into the range of this thing as it steps out and speaks in this abyssal screeching. In its hand is a massive greatsword, and the other hand is a floating orb of crimson and green flame.
I'll take a step back. He's walking, right?
Yes, is the big one? Yes, he's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. It's my turn, literally now, right?
Yes,
My
top of
initiative.
the round, 20. Yeah.
Okay, he's talking abyssal. Okay, I'm going all in. I'll, as soon as he comes out of the flame, I'll put my hand up, and a fireball is gonna come out of it, and it's gonna explode in the head of the creature. So the three of them can get like blasted by it, basically. Fireball.
Fireball?
And I'm gonna change the fireball, and I'm gonna change the damage to radiant. So
fair enough. Invoking the Abbot's power, you go ahead. It spreads out in what range? It's like a 20-foot radius, correct?
Let me put it there, but I think it's 20 radius.
Fair enough.
No, wrong one, my bad. 20-foot radius, so I will just casting him like on top of his head so we can reach the other two.
15 and plus 20 would reach, yes. Fair enough. Thankfully, it does bend around corners, I do believe.
Yes, it bends around the corner.
So if you were to cast it above his head, it would reach. It would reach Ramirez, just so you know. It's a huge spell. It's a humongous spell. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with my actions because I don't like taking them back. But I'm sorry, Ramirez.
Sorry, Ramirez. Indeed, Ramirez. You hear
We don't know
the
that.
churning of flames and like explosive force burst outward, turning radiant bright yellow as it wreaths the creature that's about to strike you, silhouetting it in this blast. You are partially shielded from the spell, but you'll still have to roll that dexterity save as well as them. So it's dexterity, right?
Yeah, dexterity save. Yeah, I hate taking my actions back. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Ramirez. I'm sorry, man.
It's a humongous spell. All right, fair enough. What damage did you roll for it then?
38 radiant.
36?
36 radiant.
36.
So 36 halved is this. For those of you who succeeded it, I don't know what your save to see is though. 16?
Yes,
no.
Yeah, 16.
So they have to fail against a 16. If that succeeds, might to. He fails, might to succeed. Okay, fair enough. As they screech out in pain as you wreath them in that radiant damage, you see it take great effect upon them, even upon those who saved. So that's good. One in the middle.
I'm just moving around the battlefield now to trying to get a better position of Ezekiel. Like, protect me, Paladin.
Fair enough. You see the mammoth begin to sort of panic and reel back, kind of standing on its hind legs. It emits a cry out as you see that unless somebody is going to mount it, it's going to probably attempt to flee from these beings. As the creature parts away its wings that it has sort of used to shield itself from the spell, you can see a sort of crimson lightning shimmer off its feathers as it spreads them out and, laughing under its breath, looks at you with all three of its eyes and points the greatsword at Vasilika. Vasilika, make me a Constitution saving throw.
How much is the Paladin era? 28, I think.
You don't need it.
Okay.
28 is what? What are you asking?
My Constitution saving throw.
No, natural 20.
It'd be
Easily done.
29.
As he points the greatsword at you can see the orb in his other hand float up and turn bright green with a flash. And in seeming gesture to return you the favor, he casts a equally radiant spell at you. You feel a fire from within spread out, and then grow with necrotic energies to consume your very soul. He's going to go ahead and roll that damage for that spell. To cast Blight, you take half of 55 in necrotic damage.
Okay.
Which would be, rounded down, 27 necrotic damage. As he casts his Crimson Orb. And then flies into the air and dives in to sort of get Ezekiel out of the way. Ezekiel, he's going to go ahead and roll the first attack as a grapple. That's a 26 hit.
Yes, it does.
And as he's attacking Ezekiel, I'll go around his shield and I'll cast
Flare?
a ray of light. Yeah, a flare of light.
Flare?
So disadvantage on that attack. Yeah.
20. 20 instead.
Does
Does that
20
hit? Ezekiel?
Yeah, 20 still hits.
Okay. You manage to flare like one of its eyes closes, blinded, but the other two are still open, and you utilize them to just grasp Ezekiel, the scruff of the back of his neck with one leg talon, and then he flies up with Ezekiel at half speed, 20 feet up. You're both airborne at this point, and he's going to commit a actual sword attack against you while airborne, trying to stab at you. I don't think a 13 hits, but you are grappled and 20 feet up.
Okay.
That is the end of its turn. It is yours, Ezekiel.
Would I be able to tell if this thing is, I guess it looks more like a demon than anything else.
Roll me a religion check.
Who was talking Abyssal?
Our party members are talking Abyssal. Doesn't mean that they're demons. Roll me religion.
Wait, why do I have that advantage? It was a 14.
You are sure he's a fiend, whether he's a devil or a demon, you're uncertain.
Okay.
You can still act on uncertainty, but you don't have 100% confirmation on anything.
Alright, I'll take the Crusader short sword and make... No, I'm gonna use my bonus action on this guy. Use Vow of Enmity. That's why I had this prepared for the advantage. That's awesome. I almost forgot. That's why. So I'm gonna mark this guy who's grappling me with Vengeance, and then make 2 attacks against him with the Crusader short sword.
I'll go ahead and add that in there. You have 10 turns of that.
And I will use a first level of Smite on both hits. I'm assuming 21 hits. Does it? Please tell me it hits.
Against this creature, a 21 hits.
Nice. So, 26, 19 damage.
Okay, you lacerate with your sword as you are continued to be lifted up into the air. That damage is dealt. You are greatly wounding this creature. It is considered bloodied as your radiant sword lacerates through to the full effect. Anything else on your turn?
Nope. It's trying to escape reaction. That's an action, right?
That's a whole action, yes. Okay, the first Vrock, the one that has the rope tied around its ankle, is going to go ahead and turn around toward you, Ramirez, and you hear it emanate a stunning screech. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw as it screeches in your face, this deafening screech. I'll put you here for the sake of combat, just so you can see. Constitution, you save against it, managing to resist the stunning effect. And then it's going to try and attack you with a talon attack. It does a 25 hit.
Yeah.
9 natural slashing damage as it lacerates across your armor, and you lock talon and blade with it. It is then going to go ahead and use its movement to fly up 60 feet. Do you wish to use your reaction?
I would like to, except I don't have my sword out.
Okay. It gets 60 feet up into the air, which, being already 30 feet off the ground, is 90 altogether, so I'm going to put a 90 there. Okay. The other Vrock is going to go ahead and use its movement to sort of fly in this direction around Icarus. One attack against Icarus for 15. Icarus, I believe. No, that hits. 12 slashing damage against your mammoth as the mammoth lets out a cry as it lavishes in that. It's going to go ahead and land behind you, Vasilka, and you hear it screech as well. Go ahead. You and Ezekiel, roll me Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
Oh my god, I love this. 20. Not 20.
Easily done. Seeing it coming, already as you saw it happen just a few seconds before, you clasp your ears and manage to resist the stunning screech. It is now Ramirez's turn.
Okay, so I can't move.
But
I would like.
We'll place you, like, I don't know.
There are a lot of walls.
There you go.
I also have, like, no vision.
Nope.
So I will move to there so I can look down and see my party members, except that I can't. Okay. So I have one rock way above me. I've got the weird guy with Ezekiel 10 feet below me, and then I've got another guy
way down, who's behind Basilica, right?
Correct.
'Cause this guy's 20? Okay. Okay. So bonus action, hex the rock behind Basilica.
Okay.
So hex. Action will be to kick 2 Eldritch Blasts at him.
What's your 2 hit?
1 second, I need to fix my Eldritch Blast because the Eldritch Blast is not properly counting for the fact that I got Eldritch Blast now. There we go. So here's my attack roll. Oh, that was the roll for Hex. Because I didn't realize it was going to do that. I thought it was just going to show the description. So that was Eldritch Blast number 1 with a 29 to hit.
Natural 20, it's a critical.
Damage. Yep. And Eldritch Blast number 2, 13.
For a total of 13 does not hit, so a total of 6 plus 16. The first one hits it, it nearly like topples back and off the side of the mountain, and as you charge your second blast and you send it, it uses its wing to just kind of deflect it as it stabilizes in its spot, and less damage done.
Surge.
Okay.
Action Surge to send 2 more Eldritch Blasts its way. An 11, which is not great, and 29, which is a little bit better for
29 hits.
18 damage for that one.
Okay. It is... let me check. It is bloodied. As you can see, this black ichor seep from its bludgeoned wounds and from your spell work, and the hex takes full effect. These tethers of ember just writhing around its form and snaring it nearly in place. Is that the end of your turn then, as you stick to the wall?
So, free object interact, draw my sword. Draw voltage.
I think that's a free action, isn't it?
It is.
Fair enough. Alrighty then. As you draw your sword and look onto the battlefield, you can see the mammoth. Since nobody animal handled it, it is automatically failing its panic check, and begins to use its action to dash as far away from this threat. Thankfully, nothing is there to hit it, as it uses its full movement to dash out of there. You get to gauge the full movement effect of a mammoth in sprint. It manages to get away like 80 whole feet in like 6 seconds. With that being said, it is top of the round, Basilica.
Okay. Seeing this guy in front of me, Savik will catch him. Okay. An aura of flame is gonna get out of me, and I'm casting Spirit Guardians.
What's the range of that? As you're concentrating on a spell?
15. 15 range.
1, 5, and then let's do like a little aura for me. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't want to. Yeah, Javik will handle the mammoth. I didn't want to run him in combat for him.
Yeah.
He's in the background.
Yeah.
Spirit Guardians then is a radiant damage on the beginning of the turn, correct?
Off his turn, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Beginning of creature's turn. If creature starts its turn there, or if it enters
For the first time on its turn, yeah.
On a turn. You can. If we had push-pull capabilities, we could do fun with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You know that.
We don't have push-pull capabilities currently, other than physical.
but that's all. I don't do no bonus action.
Okay, what
no
sort of a save is it for the Crimson Gatekeeper then?
Wisdom saving throw.
As you see him too late attempt to shield himself with his wing and wrap his tail around and crouch in mid-air almost. I said it was 115, right?
7 radiant.
No, I mean 50 feet from you. He is 20 feet above you, so I don't think it reaches him, thankfully.
No, then you do that.
Nonetheless, he reflexively shields away from it and then unfurls. He's going to continue to fly up with you, Ezekiel, since you did not free yourself last turn. It's going to move its full movement 60 feet higher in the air, 80 feet from the gate, and then its fly speed full over here, over yonder. And it's gonna drop you. Ezekiel, you plummet down the mountainside as it drops you. Make me a dexterity check if you... Well, I should ask you, what do you do as you feel it release its grasp? What do you do?
Can I cast a spell?
No, it's not your turn, but you can tell me what you want to do, and I'll consider it on your turn, which is right after this.
Can I try to position my shield underneath me?
Okay, so you'll do that on your turn. You utilize your hands to do that. It drops you, lets you go, and then proceeds to use its spellcasting, if it can recharge it. Let me just check. I had to ask you what you want to do to see if you do one key thing, but that's fine.
Oh my god! Wait.
That's fine. What?
Wait.
What?
This is kind of a stupid idea. If it's possible, I want to take the decanter of endless water, point it underneath me, and use geyser.
Yes, that will be on your turn then. Yes, your turn is coming right after these messages. Does a 12 or 11 hit you?
No.
2 swipes at you and then gets tired of you, drops you, and then simply hovers there. I'm going to go ahead and set its height. It's about 80 feet from this platform. That makes sense. On your turn then. You, first of all, plummet, dropping down, I believe it's, how many feet around?
500, I think. 500
feet? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's not that round. It is instantaneous.
No, I know. Let me look up the topography of this map real quick. Which I have. Okay.
Pray, okay? Divine intervention.
Each one of these is 10 feet. Each one of these is 100 feet. Oh, that's fun. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it starts 500.
Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Okay. So 500 feet. That'll be max damage of 20d6 terminal. Ezekiel, you plummet down immediately, taking 74 bludgeoning damage as you hit the bottom.
Is it?
What?
Aren't I technically a little bit higher than 500 feet? Because
yeah, but I cap off fall damage at a certain point. Otherwise, this would have been like you being splat.
Also, the reason I'm asking is because if I don't just instantaneously hit the ground, do I have time to like try and?
You do instantaneously hit the ground at the start of your turn if you don't have fly speed. And if nobody has like a reaction to give you a fly spell or whatever, I don't know how certain spells work. At the beginning of a turn, you finish off gravity first, and then everything else.
Oh, okay.
What? Is that not the case?
I need to double check that because I didn't. I grabbed it off of a guy thing quoting it because I did a quick search. But it's you descend up to 500 feet at the end of that turn.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense D&D wise. I was just following what you were telling me. So you are about to plummet and take 74 bludgeoning damage unless you do something about it.
Yeah.
Also,
yep.
I'm looking for it. For some reason now I can't find it in our list of magic items. But what I want to do is as I'm falling and I see like the ground approaching towards me is take the decanter of endless water, point it below me, and use geyser. And geyser has a function where it pushes people 10 feet, so I'm hoping that if I aim this below me as I'm falling, that it could sort of like soften the blow of my fall.
That's an action to use, correct?
Yeah, it's an action.
I'm gonna
Okay.
say you.
A bonus action.
Yeah, I think it's a bonus action, isn't it?
Yeah, bonus.
No,
you
you
use your
can use your
action
action to
to-
remove the stopper. Yeah.
Speak the command of one of 3 words.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
Geyser. You can use it to get.
I was like,
see.
I was frantic looking through all my spells
aim
and
at
items,
a-
and I
at
saw
a-
that it canceled
at a
endless water, and I was like, oh shit.
But it's creative. I'll allow it. I don't think most DMs will allow it because it is like the way the item is phrased. I'm gonna say as you plummet down to the side of the mountain, just before you hit ground, you emit the word geyser, and you feel some propulsion, but nonetheless you land in wet snow and you hear something crack beneath your armor. I'm gonna have you take half of 74, but nonetheless.
Okay.
So that'll be 36,
37?
37.
Minus 15, 22.
But that's your action for that round.
That's my action for that round, and I'm 500 feet away from everybody.
And you're prone.
Over.
You're
Right.
Not for long, don't worry.
You're still holding a spell, I believe. You were holding on to some 10-round spell beforehand, right?
It's not a spell, that was my channel divinity.
Fair enough. Right, you're enmity. Okay, fair enough.
I will get up, and I look up, and is there like... I guess I'm out of the fight for the rest of this combat, but is there like a path that I can
There
start
is a
walking
climbable
500
path,
feet back
but
up?
you'll need like climbing gear to get back up.
Didn't we get that?
Did you? Think about it.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, combat continues, and we have the rock over here by you, Ramirez. You feel something. You don't need to breathe, right?
I do not need to breathe.
Okay. You taste the air, and you've been able to survive in the vicinity of this creature for so long, thankfully, because you don't need to breathe. However, you do begin to feel the sensation of this. It was itchy at first, and then burning across your skin as these spores begin to infect your flesh. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw as it uses its spores ability. Being a creature of a fiendish nature,
Is that basically a saving throw against poison?
it's against the
Against being
poison.
poisoned?
Yes, it is poison.
Okay, so
Advantage for you.
Ruin gives me advantage.
Mm-hmm.
22.
Or become poison. Okay, you managed to resist the poison altogether. Nice. In order to do that, this thing had to fly down to range, so it flew down from its 60 foot. So since it's already here, might as well single talent attack against you, Ramirez. A 12 does not hit.
A 12 does not hit.
Okay. The second hexed one over yonder is going to go and turn on you, Vasilka. Vasilka, you see your ally drop down from the precipice, and a few seconds later, you see this drift globe. The glow stop. It grows dim and it just drops to the ground, and just the worst thoughts occur. As that is being said, the rock is going to go ahead and take a few lacerations against you. Beacon talent attack for a 19 to hit.
I'll use flare on the 90 to hit.
That's a 9 then. Does not hit.
Yeah, and
Okay.
14 doesn't hit either.
Okay, fair enough. You stand your ground. You still have Okay, it will go ahead and. No, it will stay and get its ground. That's fine. Ramirez, then it is your turn. Sorry.
He has to do wisdom saving throw or get
Right, because this one is within the range of your wisdom coming up.
Yeah, if it fails, it's 7 radiant. So
And 22.
half of it?
So 3?
Yeah, he passed. Yeah, 3.
3. Okay, ongoing damage.
And I should have
specify when I did it, but for the hex, it's disadvantage on strength on that guy.
Right, I should have asked you, but fair enough. Okay. That being said, Ramirez, it is your turn then.
Okay, and so this guy is now in melee with me.
Correct.
Okay, well, seeing that, I'll turn around and swing voltage at him twice. And exchange moves on me. So,
22 hits.
And 20.
20 hits. What's the cumulative damage there?
So 2 plus 6 plus 5 plus 10 plus 2 plus 5. 30.
30?
Yep.
You managed to make it bloody.
And I will go ahead and touch my offhand, touch my belt, activating Hill Rune. Give myself resistance to damage.
You remember that. Bottom round, Icarus is being animal handled by Javik, who has beast speech. I'll give him advantage on that. But that being said, it is top of the round with Vasilka's turn.
Okay. Decisions. I'll never use that, so I'll use it. I'll grab my holy symbol, and the light on the space is gonna go dim for a second, and she's gonna blast everything in her way. I'm using Channel Divinity to do radiance damage. So 2d10 plus my level of cleric. I'm a level 10.
What is the name of that? Just so I learn your abilities.
Sure. Radiance of the Dawn. Let me do it. Posted.
Child Divinity, Radiance of Dawn. Got it. Okay, cool. I'm looking up abilities.
23.
Gotcha.
Yeah. 23 radiant damage.
Is that a range or is that a single target? A creature.
It's a range of 30 feet, but I don't. The only one who is gonna enjoy it is the one in front of me.
Enjoy it? Is that what you said?
I mean, yeah, I say.
He's within. This guy's within 30 feet of you.
He's not in the middle of the air, like 90 feet in.
He was. He descended down to. He descended down upon
Ramirez. He flew down
Ramirez.
to attack me.
Right.
Which means that he's in range.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Then he also take the damage. If they have to Constitution saving throw. I'm sorry, I forgot.
No problem. Giving you the full effect of your spells. Constitution first for the one in the north, right beside Ramirez, is going to be a 23, and the one right beside you, which is close to the source, is going to roll a natural 20.
So it was 23. Half of that, 11. Yes, 11. Round down, right?
Yes. Fair on both sides. It's still damage though. Radiance damage seems to really affect both of them. The one right beside you screeches it with this like awful as it like backs up, and you can see that its outermost like appendages, like its fingers, at the light begin to like turn to stone and crack off.
And I'll send only a message to Ramirez to try to get close to me.
Okay.
But that's it.
So sad. You knew Ezekiel for like 2 days and you've lost him. Ah, grief for me. Okay, the Crimson Keeper is going to go ahead and swoop down.
Guys, I've died. Not even a tear. Yeah.
Not even a tear shed. Flying towards... who's closer? You're closer. Ramirez, flying towards you. It's going to be a grapple attack from the Crimson Gatekeeper. I'm just going to use the same as a Greatsword because it's a proficient attack. 10 to hit, and then he's going to waste his second attack. Sure, I'm going to use his orb. Let's see if he recharges it, though. Does not recharge it.
Ow.
Natural 20. Thankfully, it's just a grapple. Do you want to flare it? Vasilka?
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and Runic Shield. Actually, no, because I can't do that after the roll was made.
I mean, it's not going to be worse than natural 20.
No,
So-
but I can't do it after the roll was made because I'm doing. I think actually. Wait a minute. Let me.
How does that work?
Rune Carver. Because I don't remember. I thought Runic Shield was. Oh no, yeah. Runic Shield.
Yeah, how would you be able to react to something that's before it was rolled? That's
Yeah.
weird.
I will Runic
So
Shield
our
that.
natural 20 turns into a 22. So it
hits.
still hits. You are grappled by this thing. It used... Oh, shit, math. I think it was 45. Yeah, it was 45. 45 and moves at half speed with you a meager... Yeah, only this much. As you're grappled in its talons. It rises about 5-10 feet into the air. Letting go of things is a free action. So I will utilize it to its full smart capabilities. And it's gonna let you go. Thankfully not at the very precipice of the hill, but you do drop down like a good distance. It's gonna be 10 to 6 on the end of your turn. For the sake of this, like, tell me if this is fair or not, but you'd be like here, right? Because it's grappling you and can just move, rotate like this, or is that not fair?
That would be fine.
Okay.
So I will say this: the way falling works is upon starting to fall, you instantly fall 500 feet,
And you can continue falling at the end of a turn if you're still in the air.
Yeah, if you're still in the air,
That's
then
what I
you
thought.
continue
Okay. It does not change what happened to Ezekiel then. I will allow the cool water thing this time, and it's on me to have had to learn the rules and before this combat. I just got the idea of being like, this map has verticality, I'll use it. So beginning, you do drop down, you do hit ground for a total of 39 bludgeoning damage.
That is bludgeoning damage.
Bludgeoning, which you are resistant to.
I'm resistant to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 20 damage.
Fair enough. And that... No, it wastes its 2 action attacking you, so that's the end of its turn. That means that Ezekiel, at the bottom of this cliff side, you look up. It's about 500 feet above. You can see the creature who just threw you down. Do you have any sniper spells, Paladin?
I do not have any sniper spells.
Okay,
But
unfortunate.
I could potentially have 200 feet of movement.
No. What, with Geyser?
How
Fuck
is
off. How?
What?
Are you gonna propel yourself upwards?
I considered it, but what I could instead do is haste, so it doubles my movement speed and then dash twice per turn.
Okay, but it's still a climb, so
like-
I don't think it's 200 feet, but it's something. Climbing without climbing gear will be an athletics check for you. So start there to see if you can even start climbing.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you purchase climbing gear? I remember somebody did, but I don't know if it was you.
I know
I
Savik or
did.
Ramirez.
Yeah.
I did. Zavik did, I think.
Just toss a climbing pick like 500 feet down. He'll catch it with his forehead.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. So athletics from you, my guy, Ezekiel, if you want to start climbing. You can start climbing and then like see if you can. Yeah, okay, cool. So you manage to find some grip. Unlike the walls of the gate, which are like smooth hewn, there's like ridges here, and you can begin to climb. And you can, if you want, you can cast haste to make that double speed climb. And you don't have a climbing speed, so it's gonna be difficult terrain, but it's progress. Is that what you wish to do?
Hang on. As I look up, does it look like any of these things are like paying attention to me?
Roll me insight check with disadvantage. As you're looking up 500 feet to try and gauge what this thing is thinking was dealing with. Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
As I look above and I start climbing, are there any like ledges that I can stand on? Does it look like there are any, or is it just a straight climb for 500 feet?
No, not really ledges you can stand on per se. While you're climbing, you're in a climbing position. And you'll be in a climbing position till you reach the next platform, which is some way up, but nowhere like near you currently. Bottom of the cliff. I'm just gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just for me, for my
If I'm-
sanity.
If I
You're-
Misty
you're
Step,
here.
can
This
I
is- this is the
Misty
gate.
Step and when I appear still be grabbing onto the mountain or no?
Yeah. I will allow it with like another athletics check to sort of grapple onto a spot once you reappear.
Yeah, I'll try it.
Okay.
Misty Step 30 feet up. And then grab onto the ledge.
Fair enough. You slip a little bit down, like 5 feet from your target, but then you manage to grab on hold. So that is essentially a bonus action movement right there. You make it like 25 feet up, and then your feet catch onto like a ledge, and you are able to stabilize yourself 25 feet.
Can I dash up since I didn't use my action for anything?
You can use your action dash, yeah. So that'll be difficult terrain, dash, climbing, moving another 30. So that'll be 55 feet off the ground where you started.
Yep. Okay.
With your dash. Okay.
God, this is a pain.
It is. What happens when DM actually utilizes the tools of the map? That being said, you're still holding on to Vow of Amity for what it's worth. Vrock number 1 over here with a rope.
I don't think I can drop it even if I wanted to.
I don't think it's concentration.
Yeah, it's not concentration or anything like that.
And you're not holding 10 concentration and either, Ramirez, right? From
I am. I need to.
So
do
roll.
that.
Yeah.
Con save of 20. Yep. So that was for the fall damage, and then I think I had one more that I would need because I got hit for. I think it was.
Anyways, as you're rolling that, the rock with the rope tied around its leg is going to go ahead and swoop down. Does it have movement? Yes, 25 feet toward you, Vasilka, attacking you. This campaign we're doing flanking. Yep. Yes, to roll wisdom, is it?
Yes, and he has half speed as soon as he gets into my area.
Oh, that's smart. Okay, so that'll be 10, then 20, 30. Okay, I'm just that's good. Good to know. So 30 feet to get to you. Failed his wisdom save, taking a total of how much radiant damage?
Let's roll for it because it's a new turn.
Wait.
Spirit Guardian.
Oh, no.
One second, let me handle this first.
70
Big
radiant damage.
Big hit. Parts of it begin to crack off. You see, as the dirt drops onto the snow, they secrete this black ichor and turn to stone. It's going to go ahead and do an adventurous talon attack against you to try and grapple you. 16 to hit.
Miss.
Okay, and then just an adventurous beak attack to damage you. A 17.
It hits.
Okay, so it hits for 13 piercing damage against you, as the other hexed rock over yonder is going to go ahead and take advantage of this flanking. It's going to be a beak attack to damage you for an additional 12 piercing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second to do a con saving throw.
Okay.
10, I pass. Okay. My guardian is still up. He
begins.
Also has to do the.
Yeah.
The wisdom saving throw.
Fails, so that's an additional. Let's do 17 for the sake of this, or do you want to reroll? Let's reroll. That's how the spell works. Let's reroll that damage.
Reroll?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's how I always did it. So.
Okay. 13 radiant damage.
You're melting them apart, but nonetheless they keep harassing you, keeping you away from this gate, as is their apparent duty. That was big attack for you already applied that damage, right? And a talon advantage to grapple. That will be a 19 to hit.
A 19 hit, but I'll flare that as soon as
flaring that will be a 14, and that misses, I believe. I think that was your last flare, right?
I have one more.
One more? Okay. Ramirez, you are no longer falling because you've dropped 100 feet down to get damage. Resisting it, you're prone. What do you do?
Stand up, start climbing my way up. So that means I get a total of 15 15 feet up from where I am. Bonus action, Hexblade's Curse, the flying guy directly above me. And I will unleash 2 Eldritch Blasts to him. Because those are 120-foot range, and I can do that. 17 and 28. Ooh, that is a crit because of Hexblade's Curse. Because that's a 19 on the roll.
You both hit.
So I will roll damage one more time because that 19 is a critical for Hexblade's Curse. I just don't have the macro set up to automatically do that. Sorry.
You should be able to do it under attacks if you just change the crit range.
I can. I just have to. I'd have to make 2 attacks for it. 1 Hexblade's Curse, 1 not Hexblade's Curse.
Whatever. Just give me a total number as that full effect takes place with your Eldritch Blasts, Warlock. This seems that the closer you draw to the vicinity to the Ember Temple, the more attuned you are with your Warlock side. 43 to hit. You see Crimson Feathers rain down upon you.
My bad. That's not,
damage.
I give him 5 back. It's only 38. I do not double the charisma on the crit.
Black and Crimson Feathers rain down as a splattering of this eldritch black ichor rains down back down from you as your bolts hit true something vital. You can see it's beginning to stagger in its flight and drop down lower, barely holding onto that orb in its grasp. It's gonna go and emit that awful
Here.
I don't know. If say no more, fam. Alright. Icarus is handled. I'm gonna go ahead and roll him out of combat for the sake of sanity. Vasilika, it is your turn. You are flanked by 2 of these fiendish things.
Something flank it. I'll go next to the drift globe and just see if it has a tiny spark. But
nope,
I'll put both
not
of
at
my
all
hands.
glow. Like all magic drained away from it.
I'll
Seemingly.
put both of my hands on top. I'll grab and fireball is gonna appear on the top of the sky and it's gonna start raining down.
Oh, that's badass. Like a meteor just like on top of them. You conjure a temporary sun in the sky. It's dexterity saving throw on them?
Yeah, as I cast a fireball level 5. It was not the best, but and radiant damage on that.
This one fails. This one saves.
Okay.
So on a failure to take how much?
28 radiant damage.
Okay, bear with me a second.
If you drop
That's 37
here.
radiant damage.
28 is a
At
perfect
high
lethal.
level. Okay.
28 is a perfect lethal on this target. How do you want to do this?
Just the fireball start raining and he opens his eyes and he's burning from the top to the bottom.
Unfortunately, as you burn it up into the charcoal and splashes away, you see the rope tied around his leg catches fire as well and is obliterated. I'm gonna say like maybe half of it survives because it does trail in the snow behind him, buried beneath it. So it's like what, 25 feet of rope remaining.
one of my heroes is gone. Oh well.
Yikes. And then this one saved 14 damage. It's still alive.
Oh,
But barely.
sorry. It's not 28 radiant. It was 37 radiant. It's just the first time I upcast.
Oh, 37?
I don't know how it was.
You kill
Yeah,
it.
37
You killed both of them.
Both of them.
Ramirez, I believe you get to, on the start of your turn, like redirect your hex. But yeah, you
as
managed.
a bonus action, I can redirect my hex.
Does that require sight? I'm just curious.
It requires sight for me to put it onto someone new. I don't have to have sight to
Of the
know
dead.
that it's not on the person.
Interesting. It's almost
Right.
like
Once
a
the dead,
like a pang of knowing something died. That's cool. All right, Vasilka, that's the end of your turn. Or do you use your movement?
Yeah. Well, I'll use my movement now. In the sky. I didn't throw it in any direction. You were lower than me, and I.
If
throw
you
it in
if you
a
meant
way
to
that
at least hit this guy and it was skyward, it would have been here, and it would have hit this guy as well. So I will apply damage to him if he fails a save. Dexterity. Likely he's gonna save. He has pretty high dexterity, so he takes
Oh yeah.
half of 37. You said?
37.
37 and a half
so,
is 18, yeah.
18.
He's still alive, but he takes damage, nonetheless, especially since it's radiant. You do God's work. Fair enough.
Yeah. I'll just move to the cliff to see if I see any sign of Ezekiel. But
do me a perception check as you look into the Sea of Fog. Sorry, I just recovered this spell work.
Perception.
Perception?
18.
Very bottom of the cliff, you can see a flash of light as a figure teleports from one spot to a ledge and begins climbing fast. You can see the glimmer of armor. Ezekiel is alive somehow, climbing up. Vasilka, will make Constitution saving throws. You feel the same necrotic energy return. This seed of darkness spread out as you watch the Varrock Lord lift up the orb. It hovers in the air and just screeches out in broken common, "Nobody passes the gate!" And Constitution saving throw, you manage to save, taking half of 88. As that
88?
It was 88 last time too. You take 20 necrotic damage as the orb flares, and then it catches the orb and with a screech dives down toward you, Ramirez, and with a spiraling motion attempts to lacerate you across the chest with its great sword, rolling a 17 to hit.
That unfortunately hits me currently.
Okay. You take 18 slashing damage. As it travels, it'll be 15 to ground, and then... Oh no! You know what? Don't take that damage because it can't reach you. You're too far down.
I would be 15 feet higher than I was because I was able to climb up 15 feet. So I'm not
15 feet, 85. It will still not be able to reach you with its flying speed. So it would know that. So I'm just going to redirect that. 17 against Vasilka, because it won't make sense for me to just waste an attack on something I can't hit. Vasilka, it's going to go ahead and spiral towards you. 17 to hit then.
He gets inside my radiant area, so
immediately has to roll wisdom saving throw. These are not strong creatures. 22 to save, taking half off what?
Of 15, and he has half a speed. Just letting.
7? Cool. So I just did something I did in DIA, where I had a demon just straight up fly into a paladin's like R and get destroyed. You enraged this thing to the point where it dove into your aura of radiance, and before it manages to connect with its sword, you watch feathers burn away and its entire form turn to stone. As it sails past you, manage to duck out of the way, sails past you, crashes into the rock, and just shatters. It had 5 HP left, and I just dove into your fucking spell. I forgot that existed. Yikes. That would be end of combat then, on me. Oof.
I will kind of...
Yeah, how are we looking, guys?
Take my climber's kit, basically start mount a thing into the rock, and then dash down to Ezekiel to help him climb, because I can climb freely around him as well.
Easily done. Taking 20 minutes to do all that operation and manage to get Ezekiel back up. And
Ezekiel's like struggling as he climbs up, and I just see Ramirez casually making his way down.
It's worse than that, because I'm not even like actually climbing. I'm just kind of walking horizontally on the wall.
Ezekiel just sees him approaching him, walking down. I was like, bruh, how do you do that?
It's side effects. Useful powers, they come at cost. But come on, let's get you up. That was not fun.
Thank you. It was. I thought I was gonna die when he dropped him.
You were too busy fighting to sort of notice this through the noise of the rocks and the screeching and all that, but as you down them, something I forgot to mention is that as each rock, like as you burnt away these ones under the sun, the portcullis on the far side opened, and as this figure here shattered on the ground, the portcullis on the near side opened all the way up. The flames remain.
Well, let's get the rest of the way up. Well, you need to deal with the flames now. I suppose we've already triggered whatever trap that was. Angered the Guardians.
Yeah, I suppose we need to get the mammoth across.
As we're crossing this,
Hmm?
I'll just congratulate Ezekiel for surviving that and ask him to take the head of one of the demons off.
I didn't kill them though. You guys did amazing. I was so scared of what would happen.
He says through
After-
chittering teeth,
After I got over the disbelief of surviving that fall, I was scared.
your like
Worse.
vestments are like soaked half with like your wound's blood, half with like the water from the geyser, which is now like crystallizing into ice. Yeah.
Well, do we move forwards?
Yes.
Well, the
imagine
fire's
something
still there,
else
right?
will be watching.
And I will call out to Zavik to bring Icarus.
Right.
Well, how are we getting through this fire? Or just... I can climb over it, although that seems to potentially be what caused those things to wake up. Luckily, it doesn't seem like there are more of those statues.
Is this fire still up, or
Yes.
is it gone? I'll approach to it, and I'll use the
The spell magic.
the rosary. The rosary I have, yeah, and I'll cast the spell magic on the fire.
It will be.
And before that, I'll use guidance just in case.
Fair enough. I'll allow it. Well, because it isn't. The spell magic is instantaneous and guidance is concentration. I'll allow it. The DC is 16
16.
to suppress the spell.
Do I have to roll Arcana? I have never done this.
You have to make an ability check using your spell casting ability. What is your spell casting ability as a cleric?
Wisdom.
So make me a wisdom check.
Okay, I'll use everything I have. Guidance and memories from the past. Oh, no need. But
Bruh,
good.
how many nat 20s has Basilica got?
3 today, I think. 3
Not
or
enough. Not enough.
You see the flames get suppressed and quelled down. You don't dispel the spell all together, but they do quell and part ways enough for you to have enough space for you and your mammoth to step aside. There's flames clinging to the either side of the walls, and sort of instead of setting the whole space on fire, just the walls are aflame on either side. You're not sure how long this spell will be suppressed for, but you managed to quell it for now. The very gates of hell.
Right. Through quickly,
Right.
and I will take
How long
the
does the passage of flame appear to be?
About, is it 15 minute trek. 15 foot across to the other side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, let's go. Hurry.
Basilica, you still have the drift globe, so it's right there.
Okay.
Where did it go? It was just in my hand.
Yeah, I cannot see it.
I
I deleted it because it wasn't resonant.
You deleted it while it was in my
light.
hand, so I dragged it and just vanished, and that was the most missync feeling I've ever felt. It was just wrong, as somebody who is proficient with computers, I was like, that felt like a glitch in the Matrix a little bit. Anyways.
Yep. I am
Okay.
stuck.
Well, no.
It's, when I got up, Ezekiel picked it up, and I would have turned the light back on. So, but it wasn't, the actual token wasn't emanating light, so I was just going to delete it and then put it back.
It doesn't emanate light until you make it emanate light again, and if you are out of range, it just drops. So, as you make your way through the curtain of green flames, you watch the flames return steadily from the walls and creep to the center and take full effect again. You see there's a guard tower to your right, about 3 stories, made from alabaster. And there is a set of footprints coming from the front door, heading north. Not giant, but humanoid-sized, medium-sized. You count several sets, not just one person.
Well, I suppose we should probably go into the gatehouse, see if we can gather from there quickly.
As you approach the door, the tower door is made from this iron-bound wood, and you go to open it, it's barred from like within.
I will kind of glance up the tower. Do I see any windows?
Not on this side, but as you make your way sort of around, the closest window you can see is on the north, relative north, but it's really east if you are facing up. I'm talking about this wall over here. There is a window leading toward. Let me just double check this. Both the first floor and the second floor have windows on that side. You don't see any other windows from where you're standing.
And glass window or just opening with like shutters?
Glass.
Okay.
Keeping the elements outside.
Well, want me to go break into the glass window and open the door for us?
Maybe let's try to figure out if there's another way to open it before we start climbing things again.
Well, okay.
Bless you.
I will knock on the door.
No response.
Is there anything like written on the door?
You give a good glance. Not written, but there is a sigil. In the ironbound, it's sort of faded, but was probably burnt into the wood some years ago, like a dragon's face in profile. Like a dragon's face from the side. By the looks of it, you're not sure about the gate, but the whole structure is some sort of an outpost, maybe even military.
Argenvost.
Yes, but those fins were not from the order.
Looking at the stone that the tower is made from, it's like alabaster white, whereas like the gate is like this almost obsidian black and smooth and.
Yes.
You're not like it's very likely they've been constructed separately.
But maybe there are some resources inside.
What do you do?
Well, my solution would be to go in the door. They don't answer at the door. I actually am gonna go climb up the window and just peek in the first floor window. It's glass. Do I see?
It's heavily frosted. You wipe away some of the rime, and go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Are there other mammoth tracks?
No.
Around here?
No.
Besides Icarus? No.
No.
So, Rada didn't go this way.
It's a very heavy precipitation going on right now. It's like a gathering snowstorm. Not so much, Thrim's howl intensity, but constant snowfall. So it's reasonable that Rada's tracks have been wiped away, but these tracks have been left like a lot more recently.
Okay.
17 perception. Looking inside, you see the outline of like a cold hearth, no fire. Stands across from the door. You see the bar on the door. You can see some draft coming from the chimney, like a wind howling and sending snowdrift through it. There is a stone staircase on the far wall from the window where you stand, on like the south wall. There is light trickling from other windows as well. There's like 3 windows all in all on this floor. One is the one you're looking through, another one here, and another one right across from the room here. This is what you can see.
Well.
For the sake of this, Ramirez, if I do this, can you see inside?
Yes, I can.
Cool.
Doesn't look like there's anyone on the first floor.
17 perception, eh? Right at the base of the floor, right in front of the window that you are looking at, right at the base of that floor, you see traces of like somebody burned something on that spot. And they're familiar because you've seen them before in the Abbey, right after you teleported using Strahd's teleportation device. When you landed in the Abbey.
Here?
And you landed in
And
teleportation.
hand him
Yeah.
Sorry.
What do you hand them?
I'm gonna go over here and hand him the wand of magic detection. Say, use that. See what you can find.
Ding.
You
Go ahead and
first and foremost confirm what I just said, that this is indeed a teleportation location destination from Castle Ravenloft. There are traces of a teleportation spell on that spot. I don't know what else. There's nothing else you will detect outside from your companions, magic-wise.
Just the teleportation circle.
Okay, so the door's not trapped. That's good.
Yep.
There's no
Shall-
more
Do you want to go in and check out the upper levels?
golems or... Sure. There's no more, like, golems or anything that's gonna animate and attack us.
Okay. I will just kind of elbow the glass to break it.
Taking the time to break the glass, you manage to make your way through.
And then I will quickly make my way over to the door and unbar it.
You unbar it and open it?
Hello, come on in. Let's head on upstairs. And I will start making my way up.
Okay. Leading the group up the stairs. Go ahead and stack up, guys, somehow, unless anybody's staying on this floor for whatever reason. Ramirez, you head upstairs. You're here.
I would only like to see if there is like a secret compartment, secret wall, something like a cache or a secret passage.
Okay, if you're not looking anywhere specific, just roll me a general investigation check.
Okay.
Real quick, before I follow them upstairs, would I be able to see if the teleportation circle seems warm, or if there's any kind of indication that it's recently been used?
You roll me Arcana check. Basilica,
or maybe if
with
like the
guidance 14. What?
14 from knowledge from the past.
No, I understand. What was that, Ezekiel?
Oh, I was saying, or maybe if like the sigils look faded, like it hasn't been upkept in a couple of years or something like that. But I'll roll Arcana.
Arcana. And utilizing, how many times can you use that? Temporary, remember, glimpses of past. Number equal to proficiency bonus. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Looking around, trying to reconnect with perhaps parts of you that were part of the Silver Order or anybody associated with them. You find none within yourself. You find no secret compartments or anything.
Okay.
Ezekiel, you have had minimal exposure to teleportation circles, and how just I guess your character would just have to take, Ramirez's words for truth. As you head on upstairs after your investigation, you're not sure. You're not sure how recently this was used, but there are traces of almost like charcoal across the floor, and that have been smudged by movement, be it somebody's feet or the moving of furniture or something. But you're not sure what the nature of the spell is like because you don't know the spell and not having ever used a teleportation circle, not to my record. The second floor of this tower, the upper floor, is like an icebox with windows set in almost every wall. There's a rusted iron ladder bolted to the ground and ceiling, leading up to a wooden trapdoor above. Mounted above the stone hearth is like a direwolf's head, and you just hear the wind coming down the chimney howl in its stead.
I will take some time to study the sigils of the teleportation circle, just to have it for the future if we can.
It's not a teleportation circle like source, as in something you can jump from. It's a destination. As in
I want that the destination, like the rooms
You
the
memorize
destination.
this location. Fair enough.
I will give I'll go look up the chimney, see if there's anything there other than just the breeze coming in from it.
The breeze coming in, you can see part of the hole sort of bisected, but there's nothing like hiding in the chimney. You can see the skies about 10-15 feet up. The roiling clouds above.
I don't think there's much on this floor. Up to the third. Perhaps there's something at the upper levels.
Hmm.
And then I will climb the stairs, or the ladder.
As you push open the trapdoor, it squeals, revealing a rooftop. You get a look around as you step onto the ground first. You see 10-foot tall, gold-plated statues that stand atop the battlements, facing outwards. Each one depicts a female human knight holding a lance. The cold wind steers the snow, under which you see human skeletons clad in rusty mail. As the rest of you kind of maneuver up to that floor as well, you see what I just described, and you note that there are two silhouettes in the ice, snow, and rime where remains have lain that have been removed from that space. Most likely recently too, because of the constant snow. They've been removed, and in their place they just left these like indents in the ice and snow.
I suppose it's the revenants.
In the tome, Strahd mentioned that he used to control an army, that he used to conquer this land. Do you think this was maybe like some outpost for them?
No. This is closer to an outpost for Morgenvust.
They were trying to protect the silver dragons.
The silver
yeah.
dragon from long ago.
They were.
Is designed probably to protect access to the Ember Temple. Yeah, I'd imagine these are the last remaining soldiers of him that held the outpost until they froze to death. But the fact that two of them have moved means that it's not Hohenheim, it's not a greater name.
Roll me an intelligence check for memory. Horn something.
Horn something. I haven't met him, so I'm okay with it. But I'll just tell to Ezekiel, the Ember Temple is a dark vault. They were very powered to dark and dangerous, and the Silver Dragon was trying to keep it away from everyone. But Strahd changed all of that when he got here.
Okay.
Looking about from the top of his towers to get an appreciation of... I think you are like 10 seconds behind Bud or something. You get an appreciation of the sort of view around. You are about 40 feet high up from where you first started, but below you, maybe 600 feet throughout. You can see the precipice where all disappears into like this misty valley below. There is a bridge to the north from where you stand, several hundred feet away, but you can see it from here and you get a better vantage point. And you can see in the middle of the bridge two figures. One of them is mounted atop a horse, cowled. You can't make out much of the details. And there is another one. Seems to be female, like a woman. And she seems to be dragging something behind her. Attached to either of her arms by chains are two bodies that she's dragging behind her. and they're making their way from like the southern end of the bridge to the north across it. What do you do?
Could it be Raida?
The size is wrong.
It could be, but that would imply that something happened to her mammoth.
Are you asking, is it a frost giant? No. From this distance, you can 100% be sure that this is not Freda or a frost giant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are normal human-sized things. Well, there's two bodies being dragged. I'm assuming those are either two that we see missing from here, or two poor through their lost souls. But
As
I
you
suppose the question is: do we hang out? Either here on one of the lower levels for a bit, or do we make haste and try and catch them?
they stop,
Well, hang on.
like
Why would
halfway through the bridge. You watch them stop. The woman brings the two corpses close to the person on the horse. You can see the silhouette of the man on a horse, his cowl form. A single hand extends outwards. There's a brief like flash of purple light as he casts some sort of a spell that tethers itself to the two corpses. And you watch the two corpses begin to rise. You hear on the wind the rattle of chains, even from this distance. And as they rise, you can see in the muted sun the glimmer of tarnished steel armor across their chests. The man on the horse motions toward the two guard outposts on the northern end of the bridge, and you see the two animated corpses heed his word and go past him and the horse and toward those guard towers. The woman continues to stand by the man's side on a horse as he dismounts, and they linger a while longer. This is sort of what's happening while you guys are discussing all this. What do you do?
Look at Tsolenka and Ezekiel. Well, looks like whatever it is setting up for guests at the bridge. Shall we go greet them? I don't think we have much of a choice. At least now we know that they're there.
Could you be able to sneak
we wouldn't
past
expect normal people to just be walking around here, right? Like, just a very low chance that whoever is those people are out there is that they're friendly.
Oh, it's almost certainly one of the revenants.
And you want to go
at
approach
least.
them?
Well, what other option do we have? We have to get across the bridge, right? Oh, 1 minute. I'll pull out the map again. If we
Is
look at the overline of the map.
Yeah.
Well, we are
So,
here. We want to get out. Really, we have either across the bridge or across the river. Those are really the
Yes,
only two options we have. Which would you rather?
I
I
think
guess the
we
bridge
should.
is our only option.
Yeah, the bridge.
Right, because we basically want to do kind of that path, right? And our other options would be to do something like that, but it's not much better. And crossing a river without the bridge. And at least if we know that they're there, it's at least slightly better.
We should.
Okay, then.
Well,
let's make our way.
The only question is, do we want to spend any time here resting and recovering before we do so?
How long would it take to get to the bridge? That's gonna
It's 5-10 minutes.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like
we should rest here
it's like
first.
maybe a quarter mile like north of you. Well, east, relative north.
Let's,
East.
let's take some time to rest in this tower first, then.
How much time has passed since we did the battle?
Probably no more than 10 minutes
Okay. Just checking.
since you fought the fiendish things. Where do you leave the mammoth?
Right outside.
Next to the gate, I guess. Yeah.
I'm gonna have our barbarian keep watch downstairs then, because that's probably what he would do. No, he's not gonna leave an animal alone in the wilderness. Fair enough. You guys can spend a short rest. One of you sort of keeping watch for some duration of it, or taking the lead in taking watch. That is. The rest of you can benefit from a short rest. And is this where you want to call session, or do you want to keep going?
I would like to keep going, but
Okay.
Yeah, I can keep going for at least a bit.
Okay. Mend your wounds. Whoever is keeping an eye out, go ahead and roll me a perception check as you continue to scout out your surroundings.
I'll be checking out the window. 23.
Okay. Shielding your face from the elements and the blowing winds, you keep an eye, and curiously you note that the individuals on the bridge do not proceed on with their journey. The male figure has dismounted from the horse, and then you watch something eerie happen. The horse steps to the edge of the bridge and then leaps off, and then vanishes. Just leaps off into the precipice.
When you say vanishes, like
there's
it
a
literally
sea of
vanishes,
mist.
Or vanishes from our line of sight because
Your line of
it's
sight.
too far down, or we can't see.
It's dropped down a good 100 feet and just into the mist. The man watches it as it plummets down for a moment, still hooded. Turns to the woman. They exchange a few words that you can't hear from this distance. Speak. And then the man steps toward the further end of the bridge, up toward the far east, and fingers kind of leaning against the end of the bridge. He just leans and scans toward the direction of the tower. You're not so sure if he sees you or not. I'm assuming you're keeping a low profile, more or less, right? Or do you grab his attention at this moment?
Please do not wave at them.
Go ahead.
I will.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
I would even go so far as to turn off the light from the drift globe and sheathe my sword.
Okay, fair enough. You would have done that at the beginning of all this. I probably would have headed downstairs and stayed inside. Yeah, where are you? Where is where?
The second floor.
Yeah, where are the rest of you guys going?
I mean, to keep watch, I will be in the highest point.
Yeah, you're here. You're keeping watch. I understand. The rest of you guys are on the second floor.
Yeah, I'm just resting against some of the boxes, trying to get comfortable as I'm resting, as I'm short resting.
Okay. You will go ahead and roll me a perception check for the both of you.
By both of us, you mean
Ezekiel and Ramirez. The both of you staying on the second floor of this tower. Okay. Keeping a keen ear while your human companion manages his wounds and tries to catch a little shut eye. Ramirez, you hear something from downstairs. It's subtle at first, almost like the crackling of fire, and then quickly builds up to this built-up fire sound,
Ooh.
and you see a flash of cyan light bathe the entire first floor, and then turn dark again.
I will quickly shake Ezekiel, hand over mouth. Someone just teleported in. Someone just teleported in. And
I
then
knew it was too good to think that no one knew this.
I will peek down stairs.
As you peek downstairs, go ahead and roll me a stealth check if you're trying to do it sneakily.
Yes. Oh, you do so well. 18.
An 18. Let me double check something real quick. Okay. You stealthily check downstairs, and you can see a woman coming toward the door. She has dark brown hair and a mask of bone on her face. She's not facing you, but you recognize her. It's Valenta.
Okay, 1 second. Oh, yes. Okay, so, minor illusion. Sound up above me. It's not a spot that I can see it's in. You create a sound, whisper, dream, you can make voice. So, minor illusion up above. Quiet voice on the upper level. Valenta's downstairs. I'll turn to Ezekiel and go, very bad. Let's go. Sword out.
Who's Valenta? Okay, I'll take my sword out.
Very bad. Vampire. Strahd.
Okay, so this is an out loud message that is going to penetrate the through the latch, so you, Vasilka, hear this.
If I hear that, I'll make my way down with the rest.
Okay.
Can I make the drift globe hover beside me without it actually emanating light?
What does the item description say?
It says, if you're within 60 feet of it, you can speak a command word to cause it to emanate light or daylight spell once per day. You can speak another command word as an action to make the illuminated globe rise into the air and float no more than
There
5
you
feet off the ground. So I guess I can't make... I guess
You can make it hover, and without being a light. There you go, you have your answer.
Great. Doing that.
Okay. Do you know how to turn off? Or you're not able to?
I do not.
Okay. Turn off. Okay, so what do you guys do on this floor? You Ramirez, you continue to watch, and you see Valenta sort of peer around. She notes the shards of glass on the floor, looks toward the window, then looks towards the door, sees that it's barred. And she begins to turn her head toward the stairs. I mean, do you continue watching, or do you hide your gaze?
I will duck over. I'll duck away as soon as I see her turning towards us.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me she's a vampire?
Yes. I would have said Strahd's bride. Vampire.
Strahd's bride. Oh shit, okay.
Very bad. She also has history with Zavik.
You hear the sound of heeled boots upon stone, stepping on the first step, the second.
I'm going to... Let me see a thing. Oh, and purple somatic. Damn, I don't want to do that. Okay.
I cannot see her, right?
No, she's like here below right now.
Okay.
You hear a voice.
Illusion box around me.
Box. You're gonna stink yourself. Okay.
Can I hold an action to speak a command word?
You cannot hold an action before combat. I actually made a post about this not too long ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I explained why and everything. Somebody does not read my posts.
You give an extra round to the party.
Well, it's like it's already handled with surprise rounds and all that. You can try and hide and surprise somebody, and then as they're surprised, you can come into an action during the round while they're surprised, and that would be the equivalent. But you can't hold an action to automatically release it at the start of the round, because that's like giving yourself automatic like 20 initiative, which just doesn't work. Anyway, so one of your party members turns into a box. Dark Soul style.
I like that, okay.
Yeah. What did the rest of you guys do? You have like about like a round or two as you hear the heels upon stone standing up. What do you do?
Is there like a guardrail here?
Yep.
Around the stairs?
It's a marble guardrail. Marble or stone, whatever.
Okay. I'm gonna leave the drift globe sort of just levitating right there, but move back to over here. And I'm gonna kind of try to stealth.
Don't kind of try, rule for it.
I am actually trying stealth, yes.
Okay.
Oh shit, I actually got a decent one.
So, you try and like, I don't know, crouch here like behind the barrel and try and stealth. Vasilka, what do you do?
The window is closed, right? Jam closed, frozen closed.
You can try it. It
I'll
doesn't
just-
have like a latch to open. It's just panes of glass and beams of wood, keeping it shuttered.
In that case, I'm massive, and I don't think it's coincidence that she's here. We were being spied, or
What do you do?
she's checking. I'll just stand there in the window, just letting the light of the window
Okay,
shine
fair,
on.
fair enough. Silhouetted by the storm's light outside, you hear a sound. It sounds like unfurling wings and this disgusting, and like a. There's a slight drift of wind spiraling from downstairs to the upstairs, and in a blink of an eye, you see, sort of like a shadow jump manner, Valenta shadow maneuvers from up the stairs across the wall below the direwolf and lands in a kind of 3-point landing with these 2 bat wings spread. She lands in the center of the room and grabs the crystal ball in the center, and you can hear a slight crack as her talons clasp and scratch across the surface, and she lets go of it, kind of disappointed. Looks up, and with an 18 perception roll, detects Ezekiel in the corner.
I'm going to,
And smiles,
as I
and
see
then looks
like her
toward.
look at me.
She looks toward, the other party member who is not even hiding, and says, "Delightful. I didn't have to chase this time. How long has it been? A couple days. I think that's a good lead. Wouldn't you say? So how about it? Another game of chase?"
Is the drift globe broken? Can I still feel
No,
it?
it's not broken.
Like,
It's a magic item. It will be impossible for her to shatter it, but it does. She is scraping her nails against it, meaning that awful screeching noise.
I will speak its
Chalk on the
command
board.
word to cast daylight.
Okay, a ray of light bursts out from the center of it, bathing the entire room in bright light, and you watch as she rises to her feet. The wings disappear, and that sort of shadowy essence also kind of go away behind her. The trail across the wall burns away, but she's still holding onto it, and she looks at it, amused. Is that it? trying to burn me. Daylight does not sound like my friend. But it's not.
Nope.
It's not. It's super confusing.
Daylight is 66, isn't it? But you bathe the entire room in light.
But as she's saying another game of chase, I'll just say, do you want a head start?
Where's the fun in that? How about this? Race you to the bridge. But this is no fun with just two of you here. Where are the rest? Ah, I see. That's clever. And she looks toward the box. Yeah.
I'll drop the box.
I need to know something about illusions. So her perception beats your stealth. But to her, it would just seem like a opaque box. Aside from just putting two and two together, right?
It is an action to investigate. It is
so that's what I thought. I want to catch myself before I do something unfair. She is not going to investigate. You're still hidden. You're good. She looks around and she sort of asks you, "Where's Javik? Where's my plaything? I missed him so."
He's obviously not here.
Giving in to despair so soon? All right.
Getting away from despair. Thinking about the cloth for a second.
Well, disappointing. I was looking forward to putting him back in chains and dragging him back to the castle for more playtime, but that will wait.
What are you exactly doing here? And with that, I cast Detect Doubts. Just to see if she is lying, whatever she responds.
I'm chasing prey. Seems to be the truth. She's looking forward for a chase.
You just came here just for us? For Sally?
But I see what you're doing. You're buying time. I'm afraid that this time that's not gonna help you. But does it really need to end in blood this time? You know, I've been thinking I could use you, and you've brought me a new one. We haven't met, but give me time, young one, and you will learn that I can be a really good time. With that, Ezekiel, roll me a charisma save. As you look into her eyes, there's a slight pink shimmer to them. As I guess you're still crouched there. You feel your mind mire.
I would have stood
right
up when you spoke the command word, expecting it to have more of an effect than it did. And now I'm kind of just like glaring at her in disappointment and anger.
Oh, this one's heart is full of rage. We can use that anger. You feel your mind mire for a moment as she attempts to charm you, but you shook it off. But this isn't fair. Last time we had a bigger number, didn't we? I didn't live this long to be felt by a lot of you, so how about this? Meet me at the bridge.
Why would we do that?
Because I will catch you regardless. Ramirez, what do you do this entire time?
I've been
hiding.
Hand has moved to the staff, and I'm debating, thinking, is it worth trying to get this?
Let's go
capture her.
Let's go of the orb. There's a few scratch marks left upon it, and she approaches Tsolenka.
Gotta do it.
Wall of ice.
Wall of ice where?
Hemisphere around her. I
Big
can do a
spell.
hemisphere
Big
up
spell.
to 10. Hemispherical dome or a sphere with a radius of up to 10 feet. So, dome or hemisphere.
Vasilka, you feel yourself. You still feel
It
something
is
cold form
that.
before you as the air freezes, coalesces into frost, and you hear the stone crack beneath you and the ceiling crack from above, and form a wall that pushes you out. You see a hemispherical orb of ice form around Vasilka, out of the walls, out of the ceilings, out of the floor, and entrap her 5 feet away in every direction.
We should leave now,
Like so.
or we should kill her.
Why do you guys seem afraid to fight?
Roll for initiative.
She is really bad.
Initiative. Okay.
As you see her like eyes widen, and she says, "No, not again!" And then like the ice forms. You can hear the rattle chains scrape against the wall. At this point, it's going to be initiative.
Quick question. This was after the short rest, or
After the short rest, yeah.
after a short rest? Okay. Perfect. 82. Did you do the sparring leader, Martin?
No, because this is right after the short rest. I did not have time.
But
Okay.
won't it carry over? Oh, right, because you guys took damage. You guys took damage, right?
Yeah, we took damage. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Just checking. Okay.
And it also been trying to get us away so that we did not have a full-on combat with her without Zafik.
Okay, so you see Ramirez staff out. There's a bit of still sparkling frost coming out of it as the wall of ice spell completes itself. It is concentration, isn't it? Yeah, up
It
to
is
10 minutes.
concentration. And it's 10 minutes.
That
That should hold it for a little bit.
You create a wall of
break
ice,
out.
so something with it. You can form it into a hemisphere. Yada yada. Each panel must be continued on another panel. And you form the wall is 1 foot thick if the wall is cut through. I'm looking for the health of it.
It's 30 hit points per
30.
10 section. So it's not that durable, but it in theory gives us a round of dashing.
Does anybody else's initiative is just like not showing up?
Yeah, I'm not seeing initiative. I'm
The turn
seeing
order.
Oh, there it is.
Now
Oh, it disappeared.
That was weird.
It was weird.
Okay, so as you committed, and this is something I explained last session, D&D 5e is sort of like, as soon as somebody commits an action to start combat, everybody rolls for initiative, and the initiative determines the order of things. Surprise is also determined. Now, because I did not investigate the object, the illusionary, and you just casted it from like inside the chest, I'm gonna say she's surprised. So for the first round, she's unable to. Let me read the surprise condition, because this actually would be the first time I've ever actually had a creature be surprised. Her being surprised means that she. Oh, it's not under conditions.
it's not a condition.
It is a condition.
It's weird.
It's just not under conditions in that. I know you're not able to take. You're not able to do a whole bunch of things. For expediency's sake, I'm going to say that she just doesn't get a turn. She doesn't get to react or anything. So I'm going to say Vasilka. Top of the round, you see Ramirez extend out his staff from beyond the illusion and begin to cast a spell. As this is all happening, what do you do?
Okay. This sounds like, I don't know. You guys will tell me. I'll just walk around while she's encapsulated there to the stairs. And I'll grab my Sunburst medal in my chest. And I'm gonna point her to the Gale of Ice. And as Daylight was cast before, now like all the light from the orb is gonna focus on that spot. Dawn is gonna come from it. So
this is the benefit. This is the benefit of this wall of ice not yet fully formed yet, because your initiative, Ramirez, is below Vasilka's, that she can still cast spells at the target. This is why surprise and everything is so important. And it's essentially, can I prepare an action to do this? It's essentially doing the same, but now it's following a set of rules. Yeah, if you're surprised, you can't move or take actions on your first turn of combat, and you can't take a reaction until that turn ends. So that's pretty much it. You can't do much. I think not even legendary reactions there. Now, Dawn, what is that? The Light of Dawn shines down on location.
It's for she has to do a Constitution saving throw or get 4d10 radiant damage.
And it is sunlight.
It's sunlight, and it's concentration. I can move it every turn by a bonus action or action.
I would imagine it's bonus action. I don't think you can move it. I don't think you can move it. That's it. It's
Let me look at it in the last.
You can move it as a bonus action if you're within 60 feet of it. So she is going to go ahead and make that is Constitution. Oh,
yeah, Constitution.
Constitution.
She fails. So 4d10. It was 24 radiant damage.
Oof.
As far as the sunlight is shining on her once more.
You see its light burn away patches of flesh that blacken as she screeches out in anger, and her jaw unhinges, fangs show, and I mean it's gotta take full effect. Fuck. Okay. I'm just looking to see sunlight effects.
Yep.
Very, very bad.
When it starts. Okay. Quick gotcha.
Question about spells. Can I non-lethal someone?
No, you cannot non-lethal somebody with spells. That being said, Ezekiel, you have any follow-up to
that? I will.
As the entire
my Crusader's mantle.
Okay.
We're emitting a third source of light in this room, as I radiate 15 feet of light just from having the blade, and I will cast Crusader's Mantle on us. So all our weapons attack do an extra 1d4 radiant damage as long as they're within 30 feet of me.
30 feet. Okay. And go ahead and put a radiant aura around you. There we are. Crusader's Mantle. So the entire fucking chamber explodes out in sunlight.
So much light.
Like a fucking lighthouse. And then, Ramirez, you said you're going to go ahead and cast that spell, the Wall of Ice, and trapping her?
Yes, and if I need to make it not impact Dawn, it will be a cylinder. Basically, I'm trying to trap her, and now that I see that Dawn is hitting, I will try and capture Dawn within it.
How? It's being cast from the Drift Globe, right? Or from a spot you choose, rather?
It's from the spot I choose. So it's a 30-foot radius.
Dawn is radiating from like the center of the tower or some shit, and then you're like capturing both Dawn and her in like this cylinder of ice. I see. And you're just then everything returns back to dim darkness except for the sword in Ezekiel's hand. I got you. Right. Okay.
I'm basically trying to
you're microwaving her in ice, pretty much. Yeah.
Yes, that's the objective. Trap her in the danger because just
fair enough.
Stay away.
Okay, that's smart. That's teamwork.
I'm gonna try to do the box on where she's in because it does friendly fire.
What does?
Dawn does friendly fire.
Well, I mean, like you would not be able to. What's the range on it then?
30.
Like say 30. Okay, so this chamber is not is more is less than 30. So anywhere you cast within this chamber,
okay.
Unless you're gonna aim from where did you stand, like through like a window, I guess that would work.
Yeah, I was trying to go through the window.
It's blocked by walls, right? So if you did like here, it will still hit your allies, unfortunately.
I was going like from this point where like
where to what point?
Out of this window.
Out of that window?
Yeah, out of that window, and it will grab.
So that hits a wall. See what I mean?
Ah, okay. So you said like it has
light,
to be
right?
inside.
Well, I mean, like it doesn't penetrate walls. Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I'm a little ray tracing here. That's what I'm saying. That like, if you could like do it here, for example, and it will only hit like Ramirez, for example, and it won't hit Ezekiel. and it will hit her. But then it wouldn't work if you're trying to do the whole microwave thing.
Yeah.
I assumed that you did it in the center of the room. I mean, your allies can take a little bit of radiant damage. Let's just go.
It's okay. Right? Everyone is born. You just be aware of that.
Okay, everybody else, in retrospect, we'll go ahead and roll me that Constitution saving throw. It's just 48, so 40-10 rather, but whatever.
And I would be in the Paladin's aura, wouldn't I?
You would be. Oh, well, I mean, this would have been on Vasilica's turn rather, so no. But you save anyways, even without it. So you take half of 10, which is 5. You guys take 5 radiant damage. You're not vampires, or not fully at least. Yeah, you're good. As that is going on, then top of the round, Vasilka takes continues to scream. And what is the health on walls of ice?
30, 12 DC. 30 HP.
30 hit points per 10 foot section.
Okay.
12 AC.
You
Why
hear
do
the
you guys
rattle.
have that memorized? I would never know that.
You
I
hear the.
read the spell a lot.
Okay, that should not be like showing. Can you like hide that? It's too much spam. There we go. So we have 16 to hit, 11 to natural 1 to hit, 16, and then another 16. Both hit for 9 plus 15 against the same block. 24 in one block. You can see the ice begin to crack in one spot as you hear the lacerating sound of chain whips clash against it. She's still entrapped, screaming in sunlight, and through those cracks you can see sunlight trickle outwards as she's trying to break out of this ice egg. You bunch yourself around. What do you do?
In this moment, I'm gonna cast. The wings are gonna appear from my back. Just get ready. I'm gonna fly 5 feet on the air. That's it.
That's it. Okay. Maintaining the spell, Ezekiel. Then, what do you do?
Where is the crack? Is it like here or
It's like here.
here? Okay. I'm going to just approach right where the crack is. I'm gonna hold an action to attack her as soon as she tries to come out.
Fair enough. Ramirez, what do you do?
Okay, so I will fall back. I think there's nowhere I can get out of Dawn area, so I will. Ooh, actually, if I move, I'll move over to here, so I can kind of, and also kind of seeing where she's targeting. I can't do that because I'm concentrating.
Oh wait, do we all have to make the saving throw against Dawn again?
No, because now Dawn is contained within the shell.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think as long as the light, right? Does it keep going, Dawn? Yeah.
It doesn't say that it goes through corners, but
Concentration. For 1 minute.
Line shines. When the sun appears, each creature in it. What is it? The light of dawn shines down. I'm gonna say the light because it just makes sense. Why would it affect like where it doesn't land? Yes. So now it's contained within the shell, right? So you don't have to make the Constitution saving throws. It's kind of like how darkness works. You know, darkness does not spread around corners.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But she does at the end of her turn, right? The vampire.
What does? Don't worry about the vampire. Worry about yourself. What do you do on your turn?
I already did my thing.
Yeah, I will I'll stash the staff, draw my sword, and also ready to attack. And I will go ahead and go big as my bonus section.
Alrighty then.
I will do in a moment.
Yeah, that's fine. I gotcha.
Hit that button.
Okay, the lot of you, roll me as a group perception check.
oh my god!
You hear screaming coming from within the icy shell. Right. Ezekiel, you are bracing for this. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom save. As you hear screaming and the burning flesh, you can actually smell the burning flesh. Memories come to surface. Go ahead and make a wisdom save. You manage to shake off the sensation and focus on the battle. You don't suffer stress. The rest of you hear the screams, and you hear something else. The shattering of glass. And the sound of chains stops, and there's no more screaming after the shattering of glass. Oops.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I did that. I did do that wrong. Oh well. She's outside.
Okay, so that is her turn. You don't no longer hear the sound of chains racking against the wolf ice. What do you do?
Okay, I'll fly next to.
Want me to drop ice?
Yeah, you can drop it. If she's free, drop it.
I was.
You think she's free?
I was thinking if I drop it, then you can see where she went and move the Dawn out after her. And I will drop concentration on the wall ice. It having done its job.
I'm trying to remove the dynamic lighting layer. Give me a moment. There we go. You just see, indeed, the window shattered. There's little shards of ice and glass on the border of the window, but not so much on the floor, meaning it was shattered from the inside. You're putting two and two together. She's likely outside.
So
Okay.
Dawn outside.
As she's going for that, I'll fly into the light and just look for her out.
Okay, so at this moment you'll be outside here. You see her. She's climbing like she's almost at the bottom of a tower, badly burnt. She turns to you. You can see her hair is singed off her scalp, and the lips are missing in her mouth. So she has like that toothy, burnt grin, like almost like half face out of Batman. So as she pivots her eye and like stares at you with like a lidless eye, and just screams as she continues climbing down.
And I'm coming down. The sunlight is pursuing me. Can it pursue me?
Okay, fair enough.
The cylinder.
I'm gonna have what's the range again? Sorry, I'm still getting used to the spell.
60 feet,
60
30
feet.
Radius.
30 radius.
Yeah, I can move it 60 feet, and it's
this
30
big.
radius, and it's 40.
I'm gonna have it
high.
on your token because it's following you. Does that make sense?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
And as I see her, that's using all my movement, right? Yeah, I imagine.
I guess.
Yeah.
It would have been like let's just gauge this just to answer your question. 10, 15, 20, 25. What's your fly speed?
30. It's saying as
so you would have been like you're like here. You're here like on the third floor level.
Okay, and as I'm passing next to her, I'll cast what's the name? Scorching Ray on her.
Go for
it. So 3 rolls on radiant damage, all of them.
With supernatural speed, she manages to duck out of the way of 2 of them. As you focus down and you catch her in the chest with a third one, that 23 hits.
Okay, 11 radiant.
Fire or radiant?
Radiant.
How many times can you convert damage types?
My proficiency.
How many times should we do that? Because we also had a previous battle.
2 and 1 here. I have 1 left.
Okay. 11. Okay. She's still alive.
It's only 8 fireballs.
But badly wounded, badly scorched. Ezekiel.
Move to the window. Can I see them?
Peering down, you can see. Your angelic companion, Vasilika, is about 10 feet away from you from the window on the 3rd level, looking down to the base of the tower. You can see she's sending off these bolts of radiant fire at the vampire spawn, who's climbing down and is now at the base of the tower. On its east southern side.
She's at the base of the tower.
She's at the base of the tower here. Yeah. About 20 feet down.
20 feet. So if I were to jump, it'd be like a 2d. I'm gonna use my bonus action to Misty Step right next to her.
Okay, so stepping onto the ledge, you then Misty Step, bonus action. Like here, my friend, or like to the north of her?
I'd bet it'd be like right next to her.
Well, I mean, you know, there's your token where you can misstep to either side of her. There's like a ledge, like 5 feet of ledge, and there's the precipice below you here.
Okay, so yeah, I'll be right here.
Okay,
And
fair enough.
then I will use my action to make 2 attacks. Do they hit?
Both hit.
I will smite both of them as well. Gonna use a first level and a
Jesus
second
Christ.
level. That was a terrible roll for smite. Wait, yeah, that was terrible. Whatever. That's the first attack, and then this. Oh wait,
Bro, just roll damage.
I rolled 2d8 for the level 1 smite, but it should be 3d8 because she's an undead creature, so extra 5. And then for the level 2 smite, that's more like it. Oh,
What's my total? I'm waiting for it.
5 plus 5 is 21, 31, 38, 45 damage.
How do you want to do this?
I run up to the window, I see her, I literally teleport like behind with my crusading short sword, and I say, "Do not flee. Turn your face to the sun so that he may burn away your sins." Vampiric spawn. As I run my blade down like her back and then again through her chest, where I would presume a normal person's heart would be. I don't know what she has.
Trying to stake this vampire with your final blow, you lacerate through and you pin her against the wall, trying to not lose your own balance as your greaves grace the edge of the stone. And as you do so, you hear her death rattle. Well played. Free at last? And slowly, she begins to meld into mist. But because you're still casting that sunlight spell, the mist begins to like literally smoke and burn up. Like you see little tiny little motes of flame, as if the gas that she's turning into is catching on fire, and it's slowly working its way from her outer limbs to her core where your sword has landed, and the last thing you see is her chest and her face sort of skewered, and there's an actual smile there as she says, "Thank you." And a little blink of humanity returns to her otherwise always like mirthful face, playful and wicked. It all goes away for a split second as her mask falls away into the precipice below, and her eyes roll back and that smile still lingers, and
May the sun bless her sorry soul.
flesh chars away, bone, everything turns into a fine powder that kind of mists away on the wind.
I wanted to revive her. Yeah.
Turn off your light then. Fucking great.
Turn off the microwave.
You know how awful sunlight is to vampire spawn? Like it's like,
If there was a chance, I will have. If she melts away, she melts away.
if no, like it's
No, no. If she's away, it's done. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's done. This is awesome that you guys defeated this. Congrats.
A little sad that
It's a little sad that Dravik was not here for this,
Yeah.
but
Super sad.
he will have some good news next time that we continue.
Yeah. I hope that was a thing.
Oh my god, the microwave. Poor vampires.
A micro one.
For a sake of vision, I'm gonna put you here, Ramirez. But yeah, Driftglobe slowly drifts out of the window and rejoins your side. And I really want to pick up from here next session because Javik should be here for this. I might even do a little a little thing for him where in the intro I'll give him a chance to be part of this combat. You know, Volenta is defeated. I'll let you guys have the choice of giving him a way to react to it all before we move on, because I know, Lorraine, you don't know, but like this has been like a recurring villain for Javik.
I see.
Yeah, she's the one who made Zavik what he is.
Yeah.
If I had known that, I would have taken up the
You
offer
didn't know that. I mean,
to
like
go to the bridge, just to like out of character give him the chance to be here. But like I didn't know that, and so I was thinking like, well, why would I give her the opportunity to like go and get some allies to ambush us at the bridge? Just attack her now while she's alive. While she's alone.
Yeah, Ramirez looking at it as she is far too dangerous to not stop now.
I guess. I gave you guys like the party choice of like being like, you know, when you asked me like, can spells be used non-lethally? I'm like, no, absolutely not. If you want to do this non-lethally, what you're doing right now will kill her. So you have a chance to turn off your light now. Once it's done, it's done. I'm sorry, friend. You know, gotta. If you want to capture her or anything, or any vampire spawn in the future, you need to dial it back a little bit.
Warm up, not over crisp.
Yeah,
Swift
your
end.
dawn is amazing. I was expecting my wall of ice to basically buy us a turn to run downstairs and start moving to beat her somewhere.
No, I didn't want to run from her. If I had known that this was really important to Shavik, I would have been like, yeah, okay, let's run.
You didn't know.
Like,
I'm not gonna give you out of character information. This is what it is. It's up to your party to determine certain decisions, and that's why I always tell you, ask your party about, what's the full story. I think that's why I was saying with Argynvost, right? I was like, you should ask your party about what that whole deal is, even though Brander is not with us. I don't know if you guys are going to return to Argynvost and finish that quest. It's good to know going in. But, regardless, I had fun. We will pick up from here.
Yeah.
Do you guys just linger by the precipice, or do you, shall we?
No, we're going to go meet up with the mammoth and...
Right, meet up with the mammoth. Yeah.
Just quick question: the body disappeared, right? I was gonna use the diamond. Like I was gonna pay the price.
So, there are ashes in the ground, and there are spells that utilize a part of the body, but there is no whole corpse for you. I don't know if Revivify requires a whole body or just a part. And there is a bigger question of the soul not just being willing but also being available, which sort of lingers on your mind. It's good intentions. There are remains should you wish, but sunlight burns away what is called Misty Escape, where whenever this spawn tried to essentially transform on death, they have an if condition, if 0 HP, then transform, and try and do her own thing in Misty form. You stop that by having sunlight out, because it's like the one thing that destroys, and I mean destroys them. You learned today of this, so if you want to play the savior for another vampire spawn, you'll just have to dial it back a little bit. Otherwise,
I have another way, but I'll leave it for next session.
What's another way?
Divine intervention. That's the only one.
That will work.
Like, I can.
Do you have that at level 10?
Yeah, I have it at level 10. It's a D10. But I'll leave it for next session. So Savik is here, and hopefully we roll 1 or 10.
Mm-hmm.
So, before next time happens, do you guys have a history with any other vampires I should know about?
What do they?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
We do.
I need to know about.
I want to say it's not Anastasia, but it's close to that.
Anastasia.
Anastasia, yes.
The dark one, right?
She let us escape Ravenloft.
No, that's Ludmilla. That's
Ludmilla.
Yeah.
The one that has dark skin.
Yes, the one adorned in gold. Yes. Strahd has several brides. Many members in his court, all behaving differently. Valenta, I would say, is one of the more sadistic ones that have essentially made Javik who he is by capturing him, experimenting on his body, and turning him to what he is today. My only regret is that he wasn't here for this, but it's done. No need for me to dwell over it, I guess. I thought it was gonna go different, but then I forgot that we had a cleric that has sunlight, and I'm like, bruh.
Yeah.
I mean,
Same here. I was expecting us to basically be trying to desperately get away.
Yeah, you guys
I
seem
was
like you were
thinking
scared
of
to
that.
fight her, and I was thinking like I don't know if one or something.
I'm not gonna give you the numbers, but sunlight is like having an extra 2 party members when it comes to finding these things. It's why it's so important to gain access to sunlight. It's part of their quest, your quest.
Gotcha.
Fucking
the only
Tsolenka got a taste of Chekhov's gun when you cast like daylight on the orb. Is that it? No, this is it. Fucking microwaver.
Yeah.
Sorry, wrong setting. Defrost.
Ezekiel was like so disappointed. He was like, "Oh man, daylight is not sunlight." Okay.
No.
Lesson
Yeah, it's so
Lesson-
confusing. They should
Do
change
you
that
think
name.
you give you a floating orb that can return the sun to Barovia? No.
learned.
Meanwhile, Vasilka is here. The only reason why she has done is because she fused with like an angel. Like, there's levels of power.
Gotcha.
Note to
I think
self: don't have vampires show up alone. I don't know why I had her just show up. So I want to do a dramatic moment, and then you guys are like, "We fight!" And I was like, "Oh no, they have courage." I can no longer just intimidating with just words.
I mean,
You
yeah.
were intimidating. The objective
Can't
was
scare me.
Yeah.
Flight or fight.
And
It was
flee.
flight or fight. Exactly. So we decided fight. But yeah,
Like,
I was like really undecided. Like if we should escape. Like really undecided.
Whatever. I'm not really upset that she's dead because it's part of the story. And I shouldn't be upset because you ate up Dawn. You only have like one of those, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
you
only have one
Like
left.
that's it for that trip. You're not using it again, so it's
Until tomorrow.
it's resources. Well, I mean, like if you live till tomorrow after what you just done.
If we're-
Because I mean, like, as awesome as this moment is, it sort of dawns on you. It sort of, it occurs to you that you just killed one of Strahd's brides.
Yeah, someone is not gonna be happy.
So give me a week to write to you all the consequences of that bullshit, and hopefully you'll live to see tomorrow.
The only thing, I'll grab some ashes and gentle repose on them. That's it.
I don't think you need to, because it's not something that can be. You know what? You can't, because Gentle Repose requires you to. Does it specify you need 2 copper pieces on a face?
No, let me see really fast.
Or is
because
it
I
just
don't-
say-
These must be based on the corpse's eyes.
Yes,
Mhm.
corpse's eyes. There's like no eyes.
it say other remains, so I thought it.
There's
Okay,
other
sure.
remains. There's like charred bones and ash that you can gather if you want. It will intermix with snow that will melt, but you'll have Valentus sludge if you want it. Sunlight destroys their bodies. Like that's what you learned today. There's just no corpse remaining. There's probably a spirit, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be rolling that 1d100 all week. Practice.
is that the same level as Dawn? Or, no, it's a feature, is it?
Yeah, it's a feature.
It's just a
I can
feature.
do it.
And it's like your cleric level, is it?
Is it less than or equal to your cleric level?
It's like 10 or less.
Yeah, it's 10 or less.
Do you want to do it now, so we can just resolve it, so we can plan for next session?
Sure, let's roll it now, just to.
So, just to explain what he's doing, he's praying to the abbot, his angelic, I don't want to call it patron because he's not a warlock, but the equivalent of the other side of you. Go ahead and roll me a d100, see if you get 10 or less. And I mean, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Yikes.
So close. Just to give her a second chance. I cannot use it for 7 days now? No.
No.
In fact, if your DD intervenes, you can't use it again for 7 days.
If
Otherwise,
your
you can't
DT
use it again
intervenes.
to a-
Otherwise,
Yeah,
you can use again
just
after.
next day.
Yeah, you can try again. Yeah, exactly. I was going to be like, that's too harsh, I think, if you just fail in 7 days. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't there like. No, that's commune. That's different.
Says if your It says if your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it again. After
Yeah, that's what we just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll use it tomorrow. And somehow
What are you trying to do with it tomorrow?
revive her again and hide her from Savik and from Strahd, I guess. I have to figure out how to hide her from
just to
Strahd.
give him something awesome, because it's really part of his character. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make it a scene. I'm not going to make it part of combat. I'm going to be like, you are outside Javik, you're guarding the mammoth. After I'm going to explain how I fucking got here with the mammoth, but you're chilling outside, and you hear the shatter of glass, and you see your teammates. I'll describe, Vasilka and all that, and it's silent and everything, and she's burning up, and she's probably gonna get skewered by Ezekiel, and I'll just give Javik a few final words with her as she's dying. But I'm not gonna change the result of what happened. She's gonna be no corpse and everything dead.
Yeah.
Almost like in Assassin's Creed when you stab somebody to death and you get a few final words with them because time just stops. Cinematic that, something like that. Just to give him a closure. I feel like it's very important for his character. Oh god, you ruined his quest. There's no blood. There's still blood from Travis. Whatever. Bring back the ashes. Maybe we'll work with ashes. Well, he needed to bring her blood back to the shaman Yydrok. And there's no blood left because it's evaporated. So I guess the ashes will have to do whatever. We'll flavor it up.
I'm super happy. I also used the wings.
Why didn't I just do another vampire spawn?
Was really good.
Why did I just not do another vampire spawn? Well, I'll tell you why. Because whatever. I won't tell you why. It's because they're busy. But fuck.
They're busy.
I have my bad guys doing other things in the background all the time, and I already ruled for it. I'm not gonna fudge my rules for the sake of plot.
What you can do also is change the window. Instead of the back window, it was the front window.
That doesn't matter. I'll just make it cinematic. We'll figure something out. I just want to give him last words. I just want to give him some sort of closure, even if he didn't get to last strike. Whatever,
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't even bring her back as a revenant because there's no corpse. I can't even do a redemption story for her or anything because it's you fucking burnt her up with sunlight. I'm like, this is why the module only goes up to level 9. Because I think that's the cleric cap, but I didn't want to do that because I was they're gonna get sunlight anyways. Anyways.
Yeah, at level 9 I get dawn, I think.
Oh, at level 9 or level 10?
No, I got it before 10.
Okay, never mind then. I guess the cleric can just get it. And nothing matters. Okay, cool.
They get full spellcasters get 5th level spells at level 9. So.
Okay.
I'm down to 5th level spell.
I over-engineer. Okay, so note to self: give vampire spawns more health because she has 5 actions and 10 features and a bonus action and everything. I over-engineered this monster and I only gave her 105 health. And I'm
yeah, no.
Yeah.
But fundamental rule: PCs, if you have a single enemy in place, they're just dead. We can do stupid amounts of damage if we Nova.
The thing is, I had a Dirk moment where I'm I'll admit, I'll admit, I could have just fucking shadow jumped out of there. I could have, she has a window behind her. The Rime of Ice, I don't know if it would extend out to cover the window. I guess it would. It would rime over the walls. No, I did correctly. I couldn't bump back onto there because the Rime of Ice would have covered the walls. Yes, never mind. So yeah, she did have to spend. No, you did a good thing. Your wall of ice blocked her in. She had to take 2 whole turns to shatter it, and then she used her movement.
Yep.
No, it went as it should have. Never mind.
Yeah, that was the point of the wall, is to buy us a turn.
The microwave combo just killed my vampire spawn. No, that is it. Yeah. She had sneak attack, and she had regeneration, and she had spider climb, and she was evasion, and I'm oh, what kind of save is it? Oh, it's Constitution. Never mind, no evasion then. She had
so Basilica.
Yeah.
We need to prep this and prepare this. We're gonna microwave Strahd.
Yeah. That's okay. Ezekiel, your job is hog Strahd, okay? You're gonna hog him in place.
No. I can hold him. I can wall of ice around him.
Yeah, but when he broke it, like Ezekiel is come Strahd, I'll forgive you. And they cooked together.
Yep.
No.
It was fun. Like it was pretty exciting, at least on my side.
I'm happy that at least for some of you it was a little bit intimidating beforehand. Because I'm just sitting here like, I spawned her in and I was like, I gotta like deception to shit and be like, nah, we're going to the bridge, you know, like whatever, we're gonna have a game. Because it's not like last time where she was like surrounded by her like sisters or whatever, you know. And you guys were outnumbered, and it was like a genuine risk because Strahd is right there. No, it was like, I'm alone. I'm in a cleric, a paladin, and there's starting to be like a little, a paladin walks into a bar joke. So I'm sitting there like, I'm in danger. I have to bluff my way out of this, and you guys are like, no, gotta be courageous. Wall fights. I'm like, she's dead, and Javik's not here. Yikes.
Ben, my wall of ice was not courageous. That was give us a chance to run because she's faster than us. I was trying to buy us a turn or two for her to break out of it so we could have a head start.
I was thinking like we have to fight. We can't run or take her out, meet her at the bridge. Like, because right now she's by herself. But if we give her time to reconvene later, she's gonna have like, I don't know, like 5 vampire slaves or some shit to fight. Or reconvene with like some kind of with like a bunch of monsters or something.
Don't give Tom ideas.
Ideas.
There are 2 more vampire prides that we have to take out.
And there's a Draculich on a bridge.
That's why
Strahd is riding the Draculich.
That's why I was like, I didn't want to run away from her. Like, as soon as she showed herself, I was prepared to like attack.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you weren't there in Castle Ravenloft when she first showed up, or we weren't there to hear all about her.
She messed us up bad.
Yeah.
We had some very lucky things happen that allowed us to escape and not die.
They had to collapse an entire tunnel on like Strahd's court to not have them kill him.
Yeah, we were very close to being completely dead there, and it was a break tunnel, run away, and then we survived.
So Ramirez and Basilica are like petrified when they see her because they think like she's about to fuck them up, and Ezekiel is just like, it's fucking vampire right in front of us. Why would you dare?
Whatever. I want to listen to it. Don't have them fight alone. Why would they fucking fight alone? It doesn't work. All their abilities are like literally like to fight as a pack. Fair enough. Well, that's one failed, so that's good. You next session, you see a bat flutter nearby. He's holding a letter in his claws. Drops it at your feet. You open the letter. It's Strahd inviting you to dinner. Your dinner.
You'll eat your companions.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully she was on the outs.
I'm really curious what she was doing there. Like, was it because we opened the gate? They were watching us?
Oh, yeah.
She was just passing by, like, oh yeah, I'll say hi to the gate. So that's
I'll say hi to the gate. 1 second.
But yeah, to be honest, I offer her a head start. Okay. I told her.
I like how we were running away. You wanted to run away from her. I was like, shouldn't she be the one running away from us? Like, wait, Vasilka, would you have been able to since you were the one on watch, would you have been able to tell if she was the same person that you saw on the bridge?
I don't think it was really. I would say no, but maybe.
See, the thing is, I was hoping for Ramirez not to roll at 17 perception or whatever, both of you to fail the perception checks, and just describe a very peaceful thing, and then have her like shadow step and like charm/bite somebody. Especially, and the fact that she didn't realize that she was surrounded by 3 people, not 2, is also a factor. Minor illusion is a fair spell in that situation. I don't think I mishandled that. I'm sorry.
That was so funny.
I'm sorry that she died so fast.
It was good. No, I like it.
Remember, the box. Do not underestimate the power of box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Solid Snake used them. And
cardboard box. Best camouflage you can ever get.
exactly. Yeah. Super spice use them. Why wouldn't we? Yeah.
I try and hide. Unfortunately, you're not a rogue. Like, unfortunately, you're not playing Julian, so you just hug the wall. No, 16 stuff was good. It's just that she rolls 18 for active perception because
I
she
was so impressed that I rolled that high. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I like when I saw like everyone was hiding, I was like, okay, where do I go? Upstairs? Like,
You
I didn't know what to do.
You could have
Break the window.
Right. I see. What I would have done as a player, I'm not in a party, but what I would have probably done in that situation is, as everybody's hiding, I know I can't successfully hide because whatever, I'm not confident in myself. I would have charged down the stairs toward the danger and tried to, fling the door open and run out and distract it. That way I'm saving the rest of my party. And I'm catching the attention of whatever's coming. And if I get captured, then the rest of my party's right upstairs, they can rescue me, right? But standing and not doing anything, I don't know, that's not really my style. Because it's not... I'm just waiting for DM to describe the situation. But it'll turn out in your favor, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Just...
If I didn't have the minor illusion, I would probably have done something very similar to what you did.
Yep.
I'm gonna be the distraction sitting here while everyone else is hiding.
Yep. Staff slowly coming out of the box. But the bottom line is, did you understand the whole surprise and rolling for initiative when something happens? The whole gunslinger draw initiative mechanic that 5e has is that as soon as somebody decides that I'm going to make an attack, I'm like, okay, everybody roll for initiative, and we'll determine by the initiative, by your skills, who gets to go first. It doesn't matter if you've decided to draw first, it's whoever draws first that fires. That's how 5e is written all the time. And I think I've always mishandled that for my campaigns where I was just like, okay, so you get to set off your action first and we'll start from top of round. No, that doesn't work that way because it just doesn't. Yeah. If you read the rules, it doesn't. Surprise gives you an opportunity for you and your teammates to work together like that, but you can have multiple enemies that are surprised and multiple enemies are not in the same first round. So that's where initiative... Because if I just give people free, then I can just give my enemies free attack, right? And the thing about ambush is, even if I describe an ambush, I say roll for initiative. I shouldn't be like, okay, you receive damage and then we roll for initiative. A trap is different, I guess, but like for like enemies, if I go like I have a goblin step out of the bushes and stab you, you're not gonna suffer damage, and then I'm gonna have you roll initiative. You're gonna roll initiative, and then if somebody's surprised, you just can't do anything in your turn. But your teammate can get that goblin and kill them before they stab you. It's just neat. And that's pretty much that element reread. I sort of explained that in Discord. So yeah, we've been around for 4 years. I'm still learning. Anyways, I hope you guys had fun.
It's in Discord. Surprise, sorry. Because I always get confused with that.
Well, surprise! I did post in chat too, but essentially, I did make a post about what I just spoke about. This whole thing with rolling shit first. Surprise, after all, the whole goblet is a condition where if you're surprised, you can't move or take action on your first turn of combat, including bonus actions, legendary actions. You just can't. And you can't take reactions on other people's turns. I don't know if that leaves you with anything. I don't think so. I don't think you can do anything.
If you don't have any of those, you're... Actually, does it let you move? You can't move, action, or reactions.
Right, because when it says you can't take an action, it means that you can't take a free action, you can't take a bonus action, you can't take any action. So if you don't have actions and you don't have movements, then I'll have to go through the list of things that you can do, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't leave off much, but
I think
role-playing...
the only thing you can do is on your turn, you get your reaction, so... You can
on your next turn. This is like second round.
I thought it was after you hit your initiative, you get your action.
That would not make sense. That would not make sense in terms of the condition of surprised. You can't move, take action on your first turn. So when you on your first turn, you can't take an action. Right?
Wait, no, you're not taking your action, but you get the ability to take reactions after your initiative has passed.
Until that turn ends. Until that turn ends. After your turn, I guess you can take reactions.
Yeah,
It's
so,
what
so
it's saying?
basically, what I'm looking at is if I had an initiative where it was me then enemy, and
Essentially,
the enemy has surprise on me.
essentially the surprise lasts until the end of your turn. That's what it's saying. So after your turn, you can take your reactions, and obviously you can take your actions, but it's not your turn anymore, so you can't take your actions. It lasts till the end of your turn, is what it's trying to say, convolutedly. I just think that they didn't want to write like you can't do anything in your turn, because that's not what that means. Because you can roleplay still, you can still be part of the game, but you just can't take those actions. It goes on how to like determine surprise, and that's to do with stealth and perception or whatever. That's ambushing, right? Essentially, I just didn't even want to rule for that in this context because Ramirez's box and Valenta has no reason to suspect the box. Outside of me being a douche about it and being like, you know what, she ruled 18 and Ramirez ruled an 18, so her perception beats, like, what beats what, you know? She's actually perceiving him versus his stealth, or does he stealth against her perception? You know? So I just wanted to be like, you know what, if they're clashing equally, I'll just give it to him this time. Because she has bigger fish to fry. You know, she's not looking for somebody hiding in a box, she's looking at Vasilka who's not even hiding.
Yeah.
Would have not changed anything anyways.
It was beautiful. Let's hope we survive the next day, guys. That's the only thing we need.
Yeah.
What the only thing I could have done better, I think, in retrospect, is as soon as you made the draw, like I draw my staff and I cast a spell outside of illusion, I should have been like, okay, every roll for initiative, and I'm gonna roll for Vasilka's perception versus your stealth, because you casting Wall of Ice is still verbal. You're using the material component as a staff, and all that, but it's still you casting a spell. So I should have given her a chance to perceive that versus your stealth. If even, I don't know if you're speaking out just these stealths you right off the bat, but then I don't know. I think rogues can cast spells from stealth, so I don't play the rogues on.
I think the only one who really can is your sorceress with metamagic for silent spell.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to give you like mana magic, but it's too much to juggle in like 5 seconds of thinking, so I just handled it the way I did.
Oh yeah.
But in retrospect, I should have been like, to be fair, even like if this ever occurs in the tables of flipped, and I want to give you guys a fighting chance, I should give rolls. Like, you know, if she fails her perception and you outstealth her, you cast a spell and you're the first draw, and she's surprised. That's what I should have done. But whatever. Other than that, fun session. Thank you for attending it. I think I'll
very fun session.
Leave you off.
I wasn't expecting 2 combat encounters in a single game.
I just wanted to say, like, I'm collecting heads, not for trophies. It's just for a question. But one of the question is name the name of demons. Like that's just throwing that out.
What are you asking me?
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm collecting the heads, not for trophies. It's just like it's to ask them questions in the
Speak
trip.
with the dead. I understand. Okay.
Yeah, and one of the question is like name of demons. I don't know if that matters. I'm just
name of demons.
Yes, because I know like there are some spells or some characteristic of demon that the name is something that gives power.
Are you talking about true names?
Yeah, true names.
And you're hoping that speak with it's for fiends. You're asking if you can use Speak with the Dead to find out the true names of fiends?
Yes.
Who are you asking?
I don't know. I'm like, okay, what's the name of the demon who creates Strahd? Something like that, or the demon who put you in this pose.
Okay, like Godspeed. We'll see where it leads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that why you want me to cut off the head of that demon from before?
Yes.
I thought you were telling me to like claim the prize from the fight, and I was like, I didn't kill it. You can claim that prize.
We played with Hunter for too long.
No, I don't collect trophies. At least know those ones.
Are you sure?
I mean, I have 2 head of demons.
I mean, like, if you're talking about above the table, we all know what they are. If you're talking about the rocks, as soon as you kill them, they either turn to stone, crumble away, or they melt into ichor. They're not off this plane. So same thing as before with
Gentle
Waterlord.
repose on them.
Gentle repose on all of them.
Gentle repose. Okay, that's the solution.
Fair enough, but you should have done it back then. You know.
Yeah.
I did describe that they were like turning to stone and stuff like.
Well, it was fun, guys. I'll see you all next week.
Yeah.
Can you cast?
Yeah,
can you cast
there's a
Speak with the
lot.
Dead with monsters though, or is it just humans?
Monsters. It's creature, not a humanoid. Humanoid. It's any creature.
It's a powerful spell.
Yeah.
You
Is
can
this
like.
the first combat session since I've joined the campaign?
I don't
think
know.
about it.
I think so.
I don't
Yes.
think we
but
actually did any. Yeah, I don't
The
think
other
we've
was-
actually done any fighting. When I first joined, there was the ancient dragon that attacked us, but it was less combat and more so just us trying to run away and escape.
yeah.
I don't think there was any other combat that we participated in.
Yeah, it's the only one. Yeah. The other one was like the encounter with the flashlight zombies. But we didn't fight there.
Oh,
We also
right.
were
There was
running away.
zombies.
Cold light.
Yeah, Basilica
Zombies?
made them
Yeah.
all just run away with her
Yeah,
with her child divinity.
the flashlight zombies.
How many
Flashlight.
sessions have I been into the campaign? Wow,
I
that's a
think
long time.
this is the fourth one.
I didn't even think about it until just now.
It was plenty of fun, guys. I'll chat with you
Yeah,
later.
lots of fun.
Take
See you.
care.